Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the July 20 meeting of the Ann Arbor City Council. If you're able, please rise and join us for a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Would our clerk please call the roll of council?
Councilmember Hayner,
Here.
Councilmember Dish,
Here in Ann Arbor.
Councilmember Griswold,
Here, Ann Arbor.
Councilmember Song,
Here, Ann Arbor.
Councilmember Grand,
Here in Ann Arbor.
Councilmember Dina,
Here in Ann Arbor.
Mayor Taylor,
Here in Ann Arbor.
Councilmember Iyer,
Here in Ann Arbor.
Councilmember Nelson,
Here in Ann Arbor.
Councilmember Briggs,
Here in Ann Arbor.
Councilmember Umlawi.
Present in Ann Arbor.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Councilmember Briggs, you are on point today. May I have a motion, please, to approve the agenda? Moved by Councilmember Nelson, seconded by Councilmember Adina. Discussion of the agenda. All in favor? Opposed? The agenda is approved. Do we have communications today from the city administrator?
We do have brief communications, just a few items for the benefit of the community. There's a virtual town hall for residents coming up July 22nd. Where we can discuss the city's reusable restaurant container pilot. It's an initiative out of the Office of Sustainability Initiatives. That's July 22nd at 7 p.m., a virtual town hall. You can find details on the city's website. Also, for those of you looking for a fun thing to do, the Ann Arbor Office of Sustainability has launched a new sustainability scavenger hunt through downtown Ann Arbor that will lead residents through a series of sustainability initiatives that are being pursued throughout the city. So that can be found on the Action Bound app, and other details are on the city's website. Also a reminder for city residents and Washtenaw County residents, anybody who is underinsured or uninsured home damage as a result of flooding, please remember to reach out to FEMA through disasterassistance.gov. To potentially seek assistance for damage to your property. And lastly, I want to remind residents that Ann Arbor is planting new trees all across the city in celebration of Arbor Day this year. To request a tree location, you can do so before September 3rd. And information is on the city's website. That and other updates can be found on the city administrator's report attached to the agenda. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We now come to public comment reserve time. Public comment reserve time is an opportunity for members of the public to speak to council and the community about matters of municipal interest. To speak at public comment reserve time, one needs to have signed up in advance by contacting our city clerk. To speak at public comment reserve time, please enter the number on your screen, 877-853-5247. 877-853-5247. Once you're connected, please enter meeting ID 942-1273-2148. 942-1273-2148. Once you're connected, our clerk will identify you when it is your turn to speak by the last 3 digits of your telephone number. When it is your turn to speak, you'll have 3 minutes in which to speak, so please pay close attention to the time. Our clerk will notify you when 30 seconds are remaining and when your time has expired. When your time has expired, please conclude your remarks and cede the floor. Our first speaker today is Tom Stolberg.
Mr. Stolberg, caller with the phone number ending in 534. You can go ahead and press *6 to unmute yourself.
Good evening. This is Tom Stolberg calling from Lower Town in Ann Arbor. I'd like to talk about DC2, the resolution to implement sensors to monitor and strategies to manage heat, air quality, waterways, and flooding. For the past few years, I've tried to create more awareness about the seriousness of our stormwater crisis. As a developer, I could see the importance of stormwater management and how great an impact even a small increase in annual stormwater could have. I did not predict the extreme increases in the frequency and severity of stormwater events that we are experiencing, but they are likely the new normal and likely getting even worse. I am disappointed that TC1, our transit corridor zoning ordinance that was passed at the last meeting. I'm disappointed that it didn't include incentives for enhanced stormwater management. We must find ways to make up for the extensive, already built environment that is incapable of handling the current amount of stormwater and will be incapable of handling the increased amount coming. Asking new developments to do more than we are legally able to demand of them is one way to help the situation. We have to ask them. We have to provide incentives and build those into our zoning ordinances such as TC1. So I'll continue to advocate for creating incentives in TC1 and other land use policies to try to help this crisis that's becoming more and more obvious that it needs immediate attention. I appreciate any effort to monitor and measure and create strategies to deal with stormwater and the other impacts of global climate change. So thank you to the council members sponsoring this resolution. With my remaining time, I'd like to mention that last meeting I spoke up and was asked to speak up by other people who were intimidated and afraid to speak up about the hate and intimidation on social media. And of course, to no one's surprise, on social media, I was thrown a bit of hate by someone who's donated a considerable amount to many of your campaigns. That's typical, and that kind of needs to end. I think you should, as council, consider changing your own personal behaviors in which Twitter feeds that you follow and participate in, given that it not only condones but encourages further hate speech, further intimidation. And if that's how you want to run your city, by intimidating and driving anybody out who sees things differently,
30
who
seconds.
dares to speak up against the intimidation, then participating with those haters and bullies and intimidators. Well, do it if you want to do it, but the rest of the city is watching you. So I would encourage you to stop participating in that, stop encouraging that, and to change the tone for the city of Ann Arbor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ryan Hussey.
Mr. Hussey, phone number ending in 074. If you press *6, you can unmute yourself. Mr. Hussey, phone number 074. If you press *6, you can unmute yourself to speak.
I think I'm here now.
Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. My name is Ryan Hussey. I'm the Secretary Treasurer of the Washtenaw County Building Trades and also the business manager for the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 252 here in Ann Arbor. I'd like to speak tonight about agenda item DC3, which is the resolution to amend section 14.3 of the city charter related to the best value purchasing. The charter as written allows the city to award a contract to a bidder who is deemed responsible and lowest. There have been what I believe to be some unintended consequences of the language as written currently. Currently, responsible is only defined as a yes or no question. If a contractor responds to the questions outlined in the responsibility checklist, even if the answers are deficient, they are deemed responsible. This amendment will clean this up. It'll give you and the taxpayers the ability to properly weigh in all the factors when awarding contracts, such as whether companies employ qualified workers, invest in safety training, hire local workers, pay adequate wages. It would allow the city to properly award contracts, not just on price, but on value, best value. And I compare it to my wife and I recently had to purchase a vehicle for my 17-year-old. And there was a lot of factors that we weighed in before we purchased: safety ratings, airbags, the vehicle was in prior accidents, reliability, manufacturer history, to name a few, and of course, price. We didn't buy the cheapest one we could find because we knew that we would be spending more money on the back end for repairs or upkeep. And I think that that's kind of how most families make a lot of the purchase decisions on especially important items. major appliances, tennis shoes, bicycles. Families want the most value, not just the lowest price. And that's what this amendment will do. I encourage you to vote yes on agenda item DC3 tonight. Thank you and have a good meeting.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Robert George.
Mr. George, phone number ending in 069. You can press *6 to unmute yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, staff. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Thank you so much. My name is Robert George, and I am a resident of Ward 5 in Ann Arbor at 106 Tulip Tree Court. I am also speaking in favor of agenda item DC3, the charter, the proposed resolution to amend the city charter to allow for best value to be incorporated into how the city does business and awards contracts. Like my brother, business manager Ryan Bennett mentioned, it is important that we are including many things other than just price and the lowest bid, which is what we are currently having to do right now as a constraint by the charter, incorporating things such as training and safety and environmental records, as well as local labor force participation, are all critical to ensure that the city is getting the best bang for its buck and ensuring that the city residents have confidence in the construction projects that are going on in our city. I encourage everyone to vote in favor of the proposed resolution. I think it will do a lot of great work. It will allow us to go much farther and to be a true leader in this area and make sure that the contracts that are being awarded in our city are going to the most responsible contractors that provide the best value for the city. And that goes so much more than what the city currently has on its books. So once again, I encourage everyone to vote in favor of the proposed charter amendment resolution, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Elizabeth Hunter.
Elizabeth Hunter, phone number ending in 877. You can press *6 to unmute yourself.
Am I live?
Go ahead.
Mayor Taylor.
Yes.
Mayor Taylor, will you purge everyone in City Hall and on City Council who you cannot control, whose sense of ethics and duty you cannot compromise? Your newest target, City Administrator Tom Crawford, is well known as a straightforward, super competent, ethical man who only wants to serve the public. You will purge him because he revealed FOIAs which exposed the crimes of one of your council recruits? I guess our own Ghislaine Maxwell prefers her skeletons in the closet. Your resolution to remove a first-rate servant of the people was filed at the last minute, late yesterday, in keeping with your past late filings of resolutions you need to hide from us. It makes one think of the Soviet show trials of the 1930s. A famous quote from this era was, "Show me the man and I'll find you the crime." Now you've found a crime to hang on City Administrator Crawford just like you did to Councilmember Hayner. You might remember Martin Luther King Jr. reminding us that the arc of the moral universe is wrong, but it bends toward justice. And the book of Proverbs admonishes, as you sow, so shall you reap. You say you want a more equitable and just community. Well, who knows how long the arc is or what bending looks like, but you may want to be careful about what you wish for because you may get it. Now, can we fix the damn roads? Ann Arbor has the third worst roads in Michigan. We live with persistent fear about dioxane in our water. We experience constant water main breaks. We see spending skyrocket under your version of leadership. And we watch our town emptied of locally owned businesses and also the creative class. And this started before COVID. Mayor Taylor, the money must be even bigger than we imagine. Over and out.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ann Bannister.
Ann Bannister, you can unmute yourself.
Hello, this is Ann Bannister, former council member from Ward 1. The last couple of meetings I've spoken during public comment to say that Councilmember Hayner has not been known in the community as a racist or a homophobic person and was simply being targeted because he has often stood up to Mayor Taylor and voted against some of Mayor Taylor's policies and therefore was an obstacle that the mayor needed to remove. Tonight, I'd like to address the same pattern of attack, but this week the attack is being directed against Tom Crawford, Ann Arbor's outstanding city administrator. Just last night, I heard about the resolution to remove Tom Crawford while I was attending an important fundraiser at the Eagle Crest Marriott about breaking the cycle of sickle cell disease and the announcement of a new statewide license plate to build awareness of sickle cell disease. This event was hosted by State Reps Ronnie Peterson, Yusuf Rabi, and Felicia Brabeck. And as usual, the only Ann Arbor council members in attendance were Elizabeth Nelson, Kathy Griswold, and former council members Jack Eaton and myself. My point is that Mayor Taylor and his allies have a pattern of attacking, smearing, and demonizing opponents, when in reality, they're the ones most likely to be absent at community events, such as last night's sickle cell fundraiser. Tom Crawford has been an outstanding city employee for over 20 years. Last year, while I was on council, we undertook an extensive search for our new city administrator, and we interviewed and vetted many candidates. Tom Crawford was head and shoulders above the other candidates, not only for his multi-decades of experience in Ann Arbor, but also because of his impeccable career record of being on staff at City Hall and being a good and decent human being. During the extensive and rigorous vetting process, there was no mention of any racist tendencies by Mr. Crawford. And again, that was after many of us had known him for 20 years. No, this allegation of racial insensitivity has emerged, not coincidentally, after Mr. Crawford was involved in releasing a FOIA request that Mayor Taylor and Councilmember Jen Ayer would have preferred been kept private and secret from the voters. Mr. Crawford is just
30
too good
seconds.
at his job, too professional. My assessment of him is that his honesty and professionalism has naturally been a major challenge to Mayor Taylor and his team. I worked closely with Mr. Crawford for 3 years and found him to be objective, knowledgeable, ethical, and volunteering solutions to the problems that the city faces. He's the type of leader that people admire because he brings out the best in them. I urge you to vote no and to seek a compromise with Mr. Crawford. It's a major loss to Ann Arbor to let him go. And please don't target Chief Michael Cox next for removal. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Henry Herskovitz.
Mr. Herskovitz, phone number ending in 447. You can press *6 to unmute yourself.
Good evening. It was mentioned during the comments from council on July 6th that some members of council will be drafting a resolution addressing our peaceful anti-Israel protests on Saturday mornings. Our behavior was described as deplorable. I would like to point out to current council members that a similar resolution was already passed by council on October 18th, 2004. You could look it up. It's all there on the city's website. And although I respect council's right to its First Amendment protected opinion, I did think and do think council violated its commitment to honor the U.S. Constitution and turned its back on those exercising the same First Amendment rights council members swore to protect. I'd also like to point out a comment from federal Judge Victoria Roberts as she ruled in our favor last August. Peaceful protest speech such as this on sidewalks and streets is entitled to the highest level of constitutional protection, even if it disturbs, is offensive, and causes emotional distress. That we disturb some congregants is clear, at least clear to plaintiffs Gerber and Brisk. But is it our behavior they are upset by, or are they disturbed and embarrassed by the truly deplorable behavior committed by the Jewish state and the fact that we openly expose this behavior? This behavior is committed with the full support and complicity of the overwhelming mass of organized Jews worldwide, and that includes Beth Israel Congregation. I've had the privilege of meeting a wonderful Palestinian woman, a grandmother, poet, and peace activist named Nahida Izzat. She asks a question I'd like to put to the members of this body, considering the source. In your opinion, which act is more alarming and worthy of concern? Murdering and disabling hundreds of thousands of people over a period of 7 decades, bombing cities to smithereens, slaughtering and maiming babies and children in their beds, imprisoning millions of people
30
in a
seconds.
concentration camp, destroying an entire culture, or offending the sensibilities of some because they get upset by the victims naming the culprits, because they share the same religion as the culprits. Our small protest group has answered that question. I hope council at least considers it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Blaine Coleman.
Mr. Coleman, phone number ending in 941. Press *6 to unmute your phone. Go ahead.
This is Blaine Coleman. I can't believe that you, the Ann Arbor City Council, dare to pretend that you're anti-racist. What a pretense. You don't give a damn how many Palestinians you are responsible for killing. All those years you have thrown your collective weight against a simple humanitarian resolution against military aid to Israel. Not a single one of you is worth a tall pitcher of warm spit. Not a single one of you deserves to sit in that city council office for any longer than your existing term. Every one of you should be thrown out by the voters. And I hope it's sooner than you think. I mean, you don't even understand the atmosphere in this country. Israel is hated more than it ever was for its massive, bloody violence against the Palestinian people. Today, in the news, which you have all read, I'm sure, this big company, Ben and Jerry's, is pulling out of occupied Palestinian territories. The government of Israel is furious. Some government official called Ben and Jerry's terrorists, but Ben and Jerry's is pulling out of occupied Palestinian territories because the public pressure in the United States has gotten much larger than any of you understand. The public pressure against the violent, racist state of Israel. I look at you still, every wretched one of you, throwing your weight as hard as you can against the simplest humanitarian resolution that would save a lot of Palestinian lives. Look at you slurping down your drinks, looking elsewhere, pretending that Palestinian life is of no consequence whatsoever. You goddamn racist city council. Every one of you will burn in hell for your racism, for the crimes you have committed against the Palestinian people. The voters will get you out of there sooner than you think. You racist bastard city council.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mozgan Sababia Safani.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello? Well, good job, Mr. Mayor. You did much better. My name is Mojgan Savabi Ismahani. But I am saying hi to a bunch of losers, and I will continue to do that until Palestine is free. Do you know why you're a bunch of losers? Not only because you always masquerade as progressives, not only because you are racist to the bone, not only because of those things. You're not losers just because you're racist. You're not losers just because you're not progressive. You're losers because you have no idea what the hell is happening in this country. You have no freaking idea how people are mobilized and they are fighting back that racist, toxic state of Israel. You have no clue. You have been given so many opportunities to be the first city council to speak up against this massive violator of human rights, that is Israel. You've been handed so many times resolutions by people, true progressive people of Ann Arbor, who want to see an end, at the very least, an end to this massive military aid of U.S. to Israel. You don't even know that boycott, divestment, and sanctions against Israel is coming, and it's coming with a big force. I guess Blaine just told you, no more chunky chocolate ice cream for those racist, toxic Israeli bastards. No more. And there will be more stuff that is going to happen. More companies are going to boycott Israel. While all of that is happening, you losers, you racist bastards are sitting in your stupid chairs and pretending that the public doesn't matter. Well, the public does matter. We will kick you out. You do not deserve an ounce of respect. You do not deserve an ounce of public respect. Shame on you, portraying yourself as progressive. Who the hell would believe that you're progressive?
30
you
seconds.
are racist to the bone. Racist to the bone. Still you sit and watch that resolution. We are against military aid to Israel, which was brought to you by 3,000 people chanting, demanding that you pass it. Yet you sit as mummies, like mummies with dead eyes, pretending we don't exist. Well, I tell you, no more chocolate ice cream for Israel, and you're going to be alive and well when more and more companies will pull out, and Israel will be no more.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lafiste Gallimore.
Mr. Gallimore, phone number 305. Press *6 to unmute your phone.
Good evening.
Mr. Gallimore, phone number 099. Press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, very good. Greetings to the mayor and city council members. I am a resident of Ward 4 as represented by Council Ling Singh. I'm here tonight to voice my opinion about the city's current effort to implement an equity initiative. Perhaps my understanding of what equity initiative is limited, but I'm assuming that the goal is to provide equal access for citizens of Ann Arbor to benefit from the policies of the city, including access to jobs and city government, housing, etc. In the 70s, the flavor of the month was affirmative action, supposedly giving blacks access to jobs. The problem with affirmative action is that blacks did not benefit significantly from affirmative action. Other groups did. Then came the diversity movement, in which the emphasis was on creating a diverse environment, not only in the workplace, but other significant areas in the communities. That fizzled out. Now we're dealing with equity. I ask for whom? Certainly not blacks. Through gentrification, blacks, especially those who were born and bred here, have been pushed out. Many young blacks who leave this community to pursue opportunities elsewhere do not return, leaving a deficit drain on the black population in Ann Arbor. Those who remain basically function on the fringe edge of this community. As I travel about Ann Arbor during the day, observing various construction projects in progress, the paucity of blacks on those sites are pitiful. Many of those workers are young white males. Yet young blacks cannot even get internship jobs at City Hall. Yet for 11 years, your former human resource director openly voiced her disdain for blacks. If the city is truly committed to equity, the administration will hire an investigative firm to examine every hire that took place under this reign of terror. There has been no accountability, and that's why no progress has been made in 50 years of these initiatives. It's a waste of taxpayers' money, and I am very disappointed in the black community for the lack of responsiveness to these developments. In closing, I thought we lived in a representative democracy, yet council representative has made no effort to, my council representative has made no effort to interact with her black constituency. Therefore, I will in the future present my concerns directly to the mayor and council. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there communications today from council? Councilmember Griswold.
Three quick items. The first one is the resolution DC7 on the agenda tonight. I will be moving to split the question, and the legal staff has provided two separate resolutions. I think that that will provide greater transparency. It's the exact same language, with the exception that it also asks for us to release to the public the response that Mr. Crawford prepared to the investigation. The second item is I've been very concerned about stormwater flooding in the area, and I know that we now qualify for FEMA assistance, but in addition, I visited 4 areas, and I have a resolution DC2 that will add strategies to manage as well as just monitor the flooding. I work closely with staff on that. I think that it will address some of our concerns and take our A20 plan to another level to better meet our resilience goal. The third thing is I was subpoenaed last week and gave a 90-minute deposition regarding crosswalk lighting. I'm very disappointed that we've cut $100,000 from our streetlight funds for this year. We continue to jeopardize the safety of our pedestrians with poorly lit crosswalks and crosswalks with no lighting whatsoever. Ann Arbor is a wealthy community. There is no excuse for that. When drivers hit and kill or seriously injure a pedestrian in a crosswalk where there is inadequate or no lighting, they are not held accountable.
Councilmember Song.
This Saturday is the Black Asian Solidarity Cookout that's being co-hosted with School Board Trustee Crystal Dupree.
supported by My Brother's Keepers, the Washington County Black Caucus group. That's at Southeast Area Park from 1 to 4. The other thing is I wanted to make sure folks are aware of the SARA funds, the SARA relief funds with the eviction moratorium ending the end of this month. If folks aren't aware and aren't following that, you'll be able to access rent money, and that moves with you if you need to find a different housing too. And you can go through SOS Community Services, but also washington.org/3421 CERA. Office utility assistance, rental assistance, internet assistance. Thanks.
Councilmember Adina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Griswold's comments about flooding reminded me that I should also probably make an announcement that we are, Councilmember Grand and I are working with staff and the Whitfield Village Condo Association to try to establish a public meeting in Town Hall where our public works staff can come and interact with the public about stormwater infrastructure, stormwater management, and additional resources available to the community. Once we have more details on that, I will release them. I don't have a date yet. I know that the association president is working with staff to find a date, but it is my hope that that will be open to other neighbors as well. I wanted to make you aware that that is something we are working on because obviously we want to make sure that while this storm event kind of highlighted some challenges that we have, I think with climate change, we recognize that unfortunately these events might become more frequent. So we will be working with staff to make sure that we get some questions answered.
Councilmember Nelson.
Thank you. I just wanted to draw viewers' attention to the fact that we have an additional file attached to item B1 on the agenda. This is the early leasing ordinance. There was a significant amount of research and information collated by GEO and CSG, and it's now attached as evidence and support for the early leasing ordinance. So it's in Legistar now as attachment 4 to B1. And I also can say, since it's relevant soon in the public hearing, that there are amendments coming to this particular item. It will be going back to first reading tonight. So there is a public hearing for B1, but it's going to be going back to first reading. Thank you.
Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just want to give council colleagues and the public heads up that on August 2nd meeting, our first meeting in August, I'm going to be bringing forward some changes to Chapter 91, Title 7 of our city ordinances that are revolve around animal protection. It's currently titled Endangered Species, and we're going to switch that titling over to Sale of Animal Products with some changes further down in the ordinance. I'll be sending out copies of that. I'll send them out during the meeting, I suppose, and some other supplementary information for your interest that'll help you understand what's going on there. But I think it's long since overdue that we update those protections in our code for endangered species and other animals. Secondly, I wanted to, sadly as I often do, I want to dedicate tonight's moment of silence to another great in the music industry who passed this last week. It means a lot to folks who grew up with hip hop and hip hop culture. Biz Markie died. It's a lot of people know him. He had a big monster hit, but he had dozens of influential tracks. He had one track that they think is the most sampled track in the history of hip hop. Nobody beat the Biz when it came to being a catalyst for hip hop, being a motivator, a person who everybody loved and respected, and who really kept the industry on the right track, and kept people motivated. And sometimes there's people in the world who just have some kind of power. They have some kind of aura around them, and he was certainly one of them. So rest in power, Biz Markie, and he's going to be missed, but fortunately his music's here to live on. So thank you.
Councilmember Omlali.
Thank you. Good evening, public and council. Couple of quick updates on the downtown street closures. I've been in constant contact with the merchant associations. The State Street Association has decided to end their road closures on State and Liberty. effective this upcoming week, their last week on many of those streets in that district come to an end. It comes to the road closures. Maynard will still be closed for their use, but we are seeing them reopen some of the other streets as of this upcoming weekend. Also, I'll be working with the Main Street Association regarding the social district resolution before bringing that to council. I've been making some progress there and continue to work with them and folks at the AAPD to resolve some concerns and issues and hopefully expand some amenities there on Main Street and shifting some things around as we are coming out of COVID and evolving into a different downtown and business district. So I look forward to bringing those additional resolutions to council shortly. Thank you.
Further communication from council? I'd like to request confirmation of the following appointments that were presented to City Council for consideration at the July 6, 21 regular session of the Ann Arbor Area Transportation Authority Board: Roger Hewitt and Susan Pillay. To the Energy Commission: Edith Juneau and Nicholas Stevenson. May I have a motion, please? Moved by Councilmember Briggs, seconded by Councilmember Adina. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? It's approved. I'd like to recommend the following nomination for your consideration to the City Planning Commission: Danelle Weich. I want to give members of the public a brief update on the community climate action millage. I've had some excellent conversations with colleagues, and stay tuned for our with colleagues and members of the public, most particularly, and stay tuned for a motion perhaps at our next meeting. That is to say, August 2nd. We now have the consent agenda. May I have a motion, please, to approve the consent agenda? Moved by Councilmember Griswold, seconded by Councilmember Dish. Discussion of the consent agenda. All in favor? Opposed? The consent agenda is approved with 11 council members present, all voting the affirmative, thus satisfying the 8-vote requirement with respect to CA2. We now come to a set of public hearings. Public hearings are opportunities for members of the public to speak to council and the community about matters of municipal interest. To speak at a public hearing, you need not have signed up in advance, but your speech must relate to the specific subject matter of the public hearing. That is to say, the specific item on the agenda. To speak at a public hearing, please enter the number on your screen: 877-853-5247. 877-853-5247. Once you're connected, please enter meeting ID 942-1273-2148. 942-1273-2148. Once you are connected during the public hearing at which you wish to speak, please enter *9 to indicate that you wish to speak. Once it is your turn to speak, our clerk will identify you with the last 3 digits of your telephone number. The last 3 digits of your telephone number. When it is your turn to speak, you will have 3 minutes in which to speak. So please pay close attention to the time. Our clerk will notify you when 30 seconds are remaining and when your time has expired. When your time is expired, please conclude your remarks and cede the floor. Public hearing number 1, an ordinance to amend section 8530 of chapter 105, housing, lease agreements, and entry to show residential premises of title 8, building regulations of the Ann Arbor City Code. I would recollect to folks who are calling in that Councilmember Nelson indicated her view that this would be amended on the floor and brought back and voted on here as a first reading, brought back to our subsequent meeting as a second reading. That is to say that some of the sponsors do not believe that there will be a vote on the main matter, a final vote on this matter tonight. But nevertheless, we are holding a public hearing because the public hearing has been noticed. Is there anyone who would like to speak at this public hearing?
Caller with the phone number ending in 379, do you have a comment? Press *6 to unmute your phone.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good. My name is Jay Holland. I'm City of Ann Arbor Mayor and City Council. I'm speaking tonight to oppose the City of Ann Arbor's proposed amendment to Section 8-530 of the City Code. I'm opposed to the ordinance for the following reasons. First, this ordinance favors the University of Michigan housing because the university requests or demands that students give notice long before the students have had an opportunity to look into other housing options, such as off-campus, privately owned residences. Because of the University of Michigan's reserve it or lose it policy, students need to know that they have planned and secured their housing so they pursue a place for their college family to live before their opportunity for university housing has been taken away. Additionally, it seems to me that the City of Ann Arbor and the state of Michigan have unfairly and illegally teaming up against private property owners and the renting community's rights in taking away the rights of private property owners and renters. This ordinance is unequally and unfairly favors the owners of multiple mid and high rises over independent landlords because they can maintain a vacant model to continue regular showings all of the time. Also, I think you need to know that we property owners don't choose when prospects are looking for a new place to rent. I'm typically contacted sometime in September, of course without solicitation by me, for the next rental period, which means that the prospective tenants either have friends that are current tenants or have knocked on doors, obviously because I can't show the property, and renters do this in search of their group's next home. And often they want to proceed with a lease before they go home for Thanksgiving, or they want to discuss leasing with their parents during the break. Face it, they want to choose where they want to live for the next rental season, and that's when they choose to do it. The ordinance takes away the right of tenants to plan for the next rental period and pursue rental housing when it works best for them, rather than having to find a place during finals or after the school year has ended. This ordinance has not been well thought out, is unfair in many ways to
30
many
seconds.
groups, and likely illegal. Thank you for the time this evening.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 305, do you have a comment? Press *6 to unmute yourself. Go ahead.
Good evening, council members. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. My name is Katie Minder. I'm a property manager for our family's rental business. I'm also president of our local apartment association. We strongly caution against the existing ordinance that constrains the market and will do so even further if you extend the number of days. This limits the supply of units available for folks who do want to secure something relatively early, students leaving to study abroad for winter semester, those who'd like to finalize their plans before exams. The demand for those few available units will make them less affordable, putting those students at a manufacturer disadvantage. It's important to remember the students drive the market, not property managers. We respond to them. So the students who want to shop early in the fall are going to be smashed together with students who shop later in the year, creating a frenzy of less time to make a decision. We are primarily concerned with unsafe effects of the underground market we are already seeing at play. Students knocking on strangers' doors to see units since housing providers aren't legally allowed to show them. That is dangerous. We encourage property managers to start off showing units where students have assured them they're absolutely graduating or leaving town and definitively do not wish to renew. The flow of that timeline works really beautifully for everybody. We also have members who prefer non-renewals in order to access units more often to deep clean and renovate and keep them in optimal condition. They want to be proactive, not just reactive, and that's admirable. Maintaining these buildings is good for our city. I'm not sure how many of you have rental properties, but if you do, you know that when a resident fails to tell you about a problem, it usually gets worse and worse and can end up destroying the unit. The good news is there has been so much expansion in supply. We predict this entire issue already being a moot point. As of right now, there is still an abundance of quality vacancies available for this coming fall semester, which is next month, because summer has flown by once again. I appreciate you listening to what I have
30
to say.
seconds.
I know there's a lot to I know there's a lot to process, even for me. And I've been in this industry since I was 10 years old when I started working turnover. I can imagine it's overwhelming being on the outside looking in. So thank you for your patience. Due to these concerns, we advise voting no on this proposed legislation. Thank you, council members.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 632. You can press *6 to unmute yourself and speak. Go ahead.
Well, here we are again. I'm starting to feel a bit like a broken record, but it's frustrating when you speak without being heard. My name's Amir. I'm a Ward 1 resident, University of Michigan student, and GEO Housing Caucus member. As most of you know, the majority of Ann Arbor's population are renters, yet there are no renters on City Council. So when we need something, we have to depend on you, our representatives, to fight for it on our behalf. That's what makes it all the more frustrating to not be listened to when we need something. And let me be clear, ELO for 210 days is something we need. This is not a mild inconvenience like being a bit busier at your landlord office for a few weeks of the year. Being forced to sign a rental agreement before you're ready can ruin people's lives. And I'm not being hyperbolic at all. It can force people into unsafe living conditions and potentially drive them into bankruptcy. If you think the 30 days between 210 days, 180 days isn't much, well, why don't you ask your friends in the Landlord Association, that lovely woman who just spoke, if they'll drop all our rents by an equivalent 15%. Do any of you think that's a likely scenario? So when renters come to council with this urgent matter, we expect to be listened to. And I really don't think that's too much to ask from people who are supposed to be our representatives. Instead, we feel as if we're not being heard. What I've heard from members of this council in previous meetings, what I've read in some of your newsletters, it makes it sound like the over 1,000 people who signed our petition, the hundreds of people who sent you emails, the dozens who have called into these meetings, all of us don't know what we're asking for when we say 210 days. This is incredibly insulting to us. The 210-day timeline was not pulled out of thin air. We surveyed our membership. 91% of those surveyed had been pressured to renew their lease before they were ready. That tells you that what the previous speaker just said was a lie. The current situation is not driven by renters who do not want to be renewing our leases in September. Our Stewards Council initially proposed a 240-day timeline. When we heard concerns from undergrads, we listened to them, and we jointly decided with CSG on the 210-day timeline. We have met with landlords time and time again. When their concerns have been reasonable, we have been happy to accommodate them. Indeed, all of the small landlords we've spoken to have been fine with the 210-day timeline. The only people who aren't fine with the 210-day timeline are the big landlords. They want 180 days. A compromise is not the landlords getting what they want. I know the landlords are used to that, but renters are fed up. We want 240 days. The landlords wanted 180 days. We're meeting in the middle, 210 days. Renters have spoken. We need an early leasing ordinance for 210 days. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 998. Press *6 to unmute yourself. Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good evening. My name is Zachariah Ferrum, and I'm the Vice President of LSA Student Government. Now, as Vice President, I represent the 17,000 students of the College of LSA. Every day, I'm talking to students about the issues they're dealing with, from affordability problems to academic issues. And one of the problems I hear students talk about the most is finding an apartment. I cannot tell you how many times I've had students tell me how stressful it is to have to find a leasing contract nearly a year in advance, or to listen to them tell me that their landlord has started showing their apartment in November when they just moved into their apartment in September. Now, this amendment to the ELO will lessen the burden felt by so many students, including myself, because with a 210-day right to renew, students will not be frantically searching for a new apartment only 2 months into the lease. This issue has been debated by LSA student government, which represents 17,000 students. It has been debated by central student government, which represents over 45,000 students. In both cases, we found that the right to renew should be extended by at least 210 days. I'm here today to tell you that 210 days is the correct number. It is very reasonable and doesn't actually go as far as the tenants' protections in other cities like Chicago, for example. Now, many landlords have commented on this issue, attempting to weaken this amendment by reducing the right to renew to only 180 days. I'd like to ask everyone here, how many students does the Washtenaw Area Apartment Association represent? The answer is obviously 0. Now, you've heard from student representatives like our student body president, Nithya Arun, who represents over 45,000 students, the majority of whom are renters. Please listen to us, the students. And by the way, I studied abroad, and because I was pressured into a lease a year in advance while I was in Germany, I support this amendment. And when the Washtenaw Area Apartment Association claims to speak on behalf of students, saying the opposite of what the students here today are saying, I can only hope that you will rightfully dismiss their claims and listen to the students that have spoken. I'd like to lastly thank council members Elizabeth Nelson, Travis Radina, and Lisa Dish. You have all listened to the renters of this city. You're doing your job, and you're doing it very well because you are being a true representative of your constituents. Now, I urge every council member here tonight to pass this amendment as soon as possible and stand up to the renters of the city of Ann Arbor. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 497, do you have a comment? Press *6 to unmute yourself. Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Cortland Katayan. I'm a resident of Ward 4, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Alumni Association of Psi Chapter of Phi Chi Medical Fraternity, which is located in Ward 2. And that organization is basically comprised of medical students. Our mission is to house and provide affordable housing for medical students. So I'm going to read an excerpt from a letter that I sent to the City Council earlier today. So I'm writing to express my opposition to the proposed ordinance to limit the leasing period. As I mentioned, I'm president of the Alumni Association of our medical fraternity and speak on behalf of both our association and our current students. We're a not-for-profit organization, and the chapter was founded in 1906 with the express mission of providing affordable housing for medical students. I believe there are certainly, and we've heard the testimony from the residents of, the other students at the university, and there's certainly a vocal group that is in support of the current amendment. However, my constituency, the medical students, I believe could be adversely impacted by this change without more study of the issue. From our association's perspective, the risk of vacancy grows closer to the rental deadline, and each new regulation adds costs. We strive to keep housing affordable, but the uncertainty and imposition of new rules directly translates to higher rents for those students. Medical students interview for medical school early in the fall and are often granted acceptance well before the new year. Those students start looking for housing before they go into the subsequent year where they will enter medical school. By creating a smaller time period for those students to look for housing and for our current students to secure housing, it creates a sort of open season will actually increase the stress on the medical students to be able to find accommodated housing. Medical students in general, I was one of them obviously, have a tremendous amount of demand on their time, clinical rotations, which makes trying to search for apartments in a compressed time period difficult. So given that, our organization has operated successfully for over 100 years without this type of intervention. And while I appreciate the perspective of the local students, I was certainly one of them. I at least represent a group that I think will be adversely affected by this type of action, and would certainly propose be supportive of further conversation to try and get the right number in terms of the limitation. So thank you very much for hearing my testimony.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 037, do you have a comment? Press *6 to unmute your phone. Go ahead.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, fantastic.
Hello, my name is Aiden. I've been a student here at the University of Michigan for 5 years, going on for probably like 4 more. PhDs take a while. I also represent the tenant union, and I live 412 Hamilton Place in Ann Arbor. I am a renter. So I would just like to bring a nice, fresh student's perspective here once again. As someone who has been here for quite a long time, I would like to just, announce the fact that every single student I've ever talked to in my time at the University of Michigan is actively resentful at the fact of how quickly we have to figure out our housing. Students are absolutely not driving that quick turnaround for finding a new place. We're kind of forced into it. No one's really happy about it. I've heard a lot of really awful stories, not only of people living with, unsafe and less than ideal housing situations, as Amir had brought up earlier, but the issue is also, if you have to break out of that, if it's really dangerous, it's not easy to deal with. That's pretty expensive. You got to find a place on your own. It puts a lot of people into a tough situation. But I think one thing that hasn't been brought up yet that I think is a little poignant, particularly here at the University of Michigan and in Ann Arbor. So what drives a lot of the demand for freshmen to be joining Greek life is the fact that it is one of the only safe and reliable ways to get housing for the sophomore year. I remember at my freshman orientation so many years ago, someone had brought up the housing issue. They're like, "Well, I heard Ann Arbor is notoriously bad about this," and the student orientation facilitators were like, "Yeah, man, it's really bad. This is the only town where it's that bad. Literally every other college town is not this bad. It's just here." Joining a frat is one of the only safe ways to do that. And let's not pretend we don't know what happens in Greek life. Let's not pretend that we don't know that sororities and fraternities are doing some pretty messed up stuff to these kids. And they, a lot of them, they put up with it because they need a house. And again, I don't know exactly what the opinion on Greek life is in the larger scale of housing and what that role is in the housing market and all that, properties, all that good stuff. But just from a student perspective, you really need to be supporting this 210-day ordinance. No one I've ever met, none of the students, none of the undergrads who are struggling with this, these teenagers who are trying to figure out how to
30 seconds.
Find a place on their own. This is stressing them out. It's causing them to make put themselves in situations they probably shouldn't be. Yeah, this is look at literally any other college town. And I think it should be pretty obvious that Ann Arbor is exceptionally bad about this. And it's just because landlords have disproportionate amounts of power, which we all know. So thank you for your time. I hope you listen to the students and the renters. We make up a lot of this town.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 259, do you have a comment? Press *6 to unmute yourself. Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. So my name is Charlotte Smith, and I'm a PhD student at the University of Michigan, and I am in Councilwoman Elizabeth Nelson's ward. So I have rented apartments in both Toronto and London, both of which are notoriously difficult rental markets. And never in my entire life have I had to deal with landlords as horrible or who hold as much power over their tenants as those in Ann Arbor. One of the major, although not exclusive reasons for this, is the timing at which landlords are allowed to force their tenants to sign leases. So like many people, I have a multitude of Ann Arbor landlord horror stories. But for the sake of time today, I'll just tell you one. So in April 2019, I signed a 1-year lease takeover. The only way I was able to get this place so late in the year was because I knew someone in town whose roommate was moving out in September. So I was lucky enough to sign a lease takeover. If I hadn't had this, I would have been looking at apartments months after 97% of them had been taken up online from a different country. This is something that happens to people moving here from different cities and countries all the time. So then in late October 2019, after I had only been in Ann Arbor for barely 6 weeks, we get an email from our landlord demanding to know if we want to resign or if we'll be moving out some 10.5 months from then. Obviously, we both said that this is absurd. How could we possibly know the answer to that? So we emailed back asking for more time. They responded and said no. We then emailed saying that we would re-sign if they gave us a break lease clause in the next contract, something that is very standard in other towns. They said no. We then said we would re-sign a 6-month lease. They again said no. Already we were saying that we would commit to them upfront for almost 18 months, and that wasn't enough for them. So obviously we did what we were being forced to and re-signed the lease, despite neither of us really wanting to. And as I think is pretty clear, we didn't really have a choice. So in March, as you all know, The pandemic hit, and for a series of reasons, neither of us wanted to live in that apartment for the next year. We had both left the country later in the pandemic and weren't sure when we would return or if we would be able to return to the country at all. The borders were very uncertain at this time, as were our futures. So we emailed our landlords within 2 months of the end of our contract, hoping to negotiate an exit. They wouldn't budge, immediately informing us that we were on the hook for the entirety of the 12-month contract, that they would sue us if we didn't fulfill absolutely all of it. We offered to pay 4 months rent upfront to get out of the lease. They refused. We offered 6 months on a payment plan. They refused. Now, in case any of you aren't aware, the vast majority of grad students live paycheck to paycheck. So we were offering to put ourselves at significant financial hardship just to line the pockets of someone wealthy enough to own multiple homes. But because they had been able to force us into re-signing this lease, and because of the incredibly poor state of tenant rights in this country, they held all the power over us and refused to negotiate. This was during, obviously, a global pandemic. That's basically all you need to know about that story. And all I will say is that the landlords who've been talking on this are very clearly lying, as Amir and previous tenants have pointed out. This ELO is in the interest of the tenants. And if you care about renters, you'll vote yes on this ordinance.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 187, do you have a comment? Press *6 to unmute your phone. Caller 187, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
I'm Avery Wynn. I use they, them pronouns, and I'm a PhD student at the University of Michigan in the statistics department. And I am a renter in Ann Arbor, and I strongly believe that on the current proposal for the early leasing ordinance, the right number is 210 days, not 180 days. And the argument for 180 days is basically non-existent. Landlords are asking for more time because they say that they need time to contract people and to perform maintenance on these things, but I don't know where they get this claim from. If they're saying that they can't do the maintenance they need over the summer, within the 3 months that they have, if we're looking at a 9-month lease, or contracting 150 days from the end of the lease, rather. They don't need this time. If I were a homeowner, I would not need 3 months to replace my carpet. If my carpet flooded, which it did in my last apartment, I would not need 3 months to find a new carpet. I've never gone to Home Depot and just seen them out of stock of carpet, not even during the pandemic. And moreover, why is so much maintenance having to occur during the end of the lease between tenants? Why aren't landlords doing preventative maintenance? Why do they have so much maintenance that they claim they have to do during this time? It's just that they're ready to let the tenants down on maintenance who have already been signed into the lease, and only do maintenance when new tenants are coming in. So they could have plenty of time to do this maintenance if they were doing it preventatively. And they have a lot of knowledge of the housing market.
30 seconds.
Tenant patterns. And they know when people are going to be moving out and in, and they know how many. They can contract things in advance. This is what landlords say they get paid to do. They say they get paid to speculate on the market and make decisions. And now they say they're too incompetent to do that. And they're saying that instead of them, since the landlords don't know, the students and the tenants have to take the brunt. And we have to speculate on where are we going to live 10 months in advance.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 072, do you have a comment? Press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello, guys. John Keller here. I own J. Keller Properties. We manage about 200 homes in the Ann Arbor area. I'm here to speak to you about my opposition to the leasing ordinance. I've sent you guys all emails and data sets disproving the majority of what the students are saying about a shortage of inventory. There simply is not. But what it comes down to today is that we can't, despite what the gentleman said, we cannot operate in a constrained timeline of 4 to 5 months. What we have is a year-round, we have a year-round company, a year-round industry that we need to be working. We can't consolidate this to 4 months or 5 months. It would be like asking you guys to consolidate your entire year of city council meetings into 4 months, or the students to consolidate their entire year of schooling into 4 months. It's not efficient and it can't be done. This is not a seasonal industry. This is not Christmas shopping. We need to be leasing properties all year round, all the time, to different groups, which brings me to my very next point. You guys are using the term students and the term renters interchangeably, and you couldn't be more wrong. While this is a transient community filled with students, only 4% of renters are made up by this incoming graduate class that you are so adamantly defending. The vast majority of students, the vast majority of renters are not graduate students. And half of renters in this town are not students at all. But there is no organized group for adult professionals or family-based renters filling up your inboxes every day. Let me give you an example. A doctor is hired at the University of Michigan on January 1st. She has a husband and 4 kids. They're uprooting their family from another state. What you are telling me is that I cannot show them a property. I cannot physically walk them into a house that I own or sign a lease with them until April for the fall. This is a big problem. They have 4 kids. They need to get their kids enrolled in school. They cannot do that without a lease. They need to hire movers. They need to schedule dates. They need to confirm their life change. So guess what? I take them to Dexter.
30
and
seconds.
I take them to Celine because we have plenty of houses there. I find them a beautiful home. I sign a lease. And what have we just done? We've removed a high income earner. We've removed 4 students from the public school system. And we've eliminated any opportunity for an Ann Arbor property owner to earn income. You're looking at this far too narrowly. What you're trying to do is noble, but it will not work. This is not a City of Ann Arbor issue. This is a University of Michigan issue. I am now with the attorneys. I'm with the WA3, the Ann Arbor Board of Directors, and the Michigan Association of Realtors, that this is not only unacceptable, but it's unconstitutional. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 499. Do you have a comment? Caller 499, press *6 to unmute yourself. Caller 499, do you have a comment? Caller with the phone number ending in 728, do you have a comment? Press *6 to unmute yourself. Phone number 728, go ahead.
Hi, my name's Julia Good. I'm not a student, so I'm one of that quarter of a city of Ann Arbor who rents, who's not a student. I mean, that's a lot of us. That's thousands of us. And just some really weird things being said tonight. This policy definitely affects non-students too, because landlords do kind of cater to the way U of M sets stuff. So I don't disagree with that. U of M takes some fault in the kind of housing scarcity and the housing craziness that people do scramble for apartments soon. But it's not because we want to, it's because we're terrified there's nowhere else to live. And I can't live in Celine. I need to live closer to work in the city. And it's really amazing to me, one, that the landlords feel that they can speak for the tenants. It's super patronizing. And there's also, like Mr. Keller just made the comment about this has to be year round. If his business has to be year round, then why will he only allow September 1st leases? I looked at Mr. Keller's listings every day since April, and there's been nothing. So it's false to say that there's stuff in Ann Arbor. There's not. We all know there's not. Ann Arbor's had beneath what the National Apartment Association considers a healthy market for landlords. Ann Arbor's always been beneath that. We know there's always been housing scarcity here. So I'm not sure where they're talking about units are available. The units aren't available, and it might be a little bit easier. It might not be such craziness if they didn't insist on a September 1st lease. Ann Arbor didn't used to be a September 1st lease. It used to vary through the year, and undergrads were more May 15th, and a lot of the city was more October 15th. So I don't know why it's on September 1st now. If he needs to spread his business through the year, then it would also help tenants if he offered leases at different times than September
30 seconds.
1st. But they don't. They refuse to. This is a really minor ask that will not affect their bottom line, yet it will affect tenants' lives in a very positive manner to pass this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 070, do you have a comment?
Hi, my name is Sharif Krabti. I'm a Ward 3 constituent and a member of the Ann Arbor Tenants Union and a renter. I just want to speak in support of the proposed ordinance, specifically the 210-day proposal for the ELO. The current, as many speakers have attested to already, the current ordinance of 70 days is really not, it's not ideal, and it's honestly horrible, and this change is long overdue. I just wanted to speak briefly to some of the points that were just brought up from some of the landlords and opponents. The reason why that there's all this competition and flooding in September, it's because of the housing stock. It's not because of the students. I think it's really patronizing. It's really ridiculous to say that the students are somehow the reason why we're all trying to rent on September 1st and rent on that same deadline. It's because of the 70-day issue and because of the shortage that we have in the housing stock. And even if there were enough of the units available, I mean, there's always some of units available outside of that period. They're going to be the bottom of the barrel because those are the ones that people didn't want, if there are any at all. And, by various circumstances, there's always going to be something available, but that's neither here nor there. And I don't see how renters can put any faith into the promises from developers that there's going to be new units, especially when a lot of the new developments are luxury apartments that myself and a lot of other students and other renters in general can't afford. So besides that, even if there is new housing being developed, then shouldn't there be available units throughout the year? If we actually have enough housing, shouldn't we have stock available so that those groups that were mentioned previously that are not on that same schedule as a lot of the students that we're talking about, they should be available units there for when they, move to town or whatnot. And to Julie's point, this isn't, an ordinance that requires when landlords rent. That's actually up to them. So they can rent when they choose and accommodate the people that they want to accommodate. And I just think in general, if the landlords are upset by this, then they should work together with us to help generate a better solution. To me, this sounds like the best option. And if there's a better proposal that comes along, then let's hear it.
30 seconds.
And then just speaking as to my own experience as an undergraduate and now a graduate student at U of M, I just think this change is vital, especially the 210 days. We've talked about how, GO and its allies have been really diligent about talking to students, talking to renters, figuring out what the actual number is that's correct. And speaking from personal experience, 2 months is not enough. And I think 210 days is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 499, do you have a comment? Press *6 to unmute yourself. Caller 499, do you have a comment?
We're unmuted, right?
Correct.
Can you hear us now? Can you hear us now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, my name is Thomas Petit. I'm the owner of 2 rental properties since 1975. I'm speaking in opposition to an earlier speaker who claimed to represent students, but he doesn't represent any students that I have ever rented to. The proposed ordinance restricting landlords from asking tenants about renewing a year's lease before 215 days, April 3, is an untenable idea, even to 210 days. It is clearly an overreaction to commercial landlords' policies of requiring tenants to make releasing decisions within 70 days of signing a lease. It does not take into account the reality of student leases. Is the University of Michigan affected by this ordinance? Because it requires students to make a decision on dormitory releasing in December. Now, students for decades have started making plans for the next year's off-campus lease in February, between 167 and 181 days after the beginning of a September lease. There's always competition among students to get the off-campus house they want, because not every student wants to live in a corporate high-rise. Apparently, this was never taken into consideration. If you think this ordinance will change that, you're wrong. The 215-day requirement drives this decision into April, when students are at their busiest preparing for exams. No student wants to have the pressure of looking for new housing, signing contracts, gathering the rental and security monies, and enduring showings at this time. Now, as small landlords, my wife and I have begun the process of signing new tenants in February for 46 years and have had no complaints from tenants. It is our contention that we have to follow this schedule in order to make the business work. There are many landlords in this town who depend on student rentals for their livelihood. This ordinance, if enacted in its present form, would harm all of them and would be a hardship for students as well. We ask that you re-examine the number of days that you're asking for, the number of days involved, to reach a compromise that works for both groups, but no more than 170 days. This will correct
30 seconds.
This will correct the egregious policies of commercial landlords to a reasonable time frame. If you don't make a change, you will have created a wrong-headed ordinance that cannot be abided. Don't punish everyone for the conduct of corporate landlords who have made this ordinance necessary. Make an ordinance that is reasonable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 936. Do you have a comment? Press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello. This is Violin Monster, non-student renter, and previous caller mentioned the frenzy of September leases and the suggestion that landlords vary the time periods of leases that they have. And I was looking through the Michigan Daily Archives, which we are lucky to have them in our town, providing such great news coverage with over 134 years of editorial freedom, despite occasional demagoguery. But so I found this from October 19th, 2017 by Morgan Schoen, how local leasing companies are sidestepping city ordinance. Upon arriving an hour and a half before the prime student housing office opened Monday, engineering junior Henry Burns was greeted by a sprawling line of almost 40 people who had beat him in his efforts to reserve an apartment. The long line so far in advance of the office's opening was the first indication of some on-campus properties attempting to navigate city ordinances to beat out their competitors. This is the first day that you could reserve a spot for signing a lease because leases aren't allowed to be signed until November 10th, Burns said at the leasing office. A lot of places get around it by having you sign a reservation earlier than the actual sign date. And this is the first day you're allowed to sign a reservation. And their office opened at 9, so people started getting here several hours beforehand. I heard people camped out and everything. Students who were already residents of prime student housing were allowed to place new deposits as early as October 13th and have the opportunity to renew a current lease up until 5 p.m. on Friday. Afterward, the market would open for anyone to sign for the apartment. However, the office opened to the general public for deposits 4 days early on Monday. Only after deposits were placed would students be allowed to view their prospective apartments or residences. Only after they placed a deposit, unless they had the chance to see the apartment of their own accord. Some currently leasing students received an email regarding the deposit opportunity with Prime on Monday, while others did not. Those who did not receive the email were informed of this date because they called the office prior to Monday, also of their own volition. According to business freshman Adya Pandey, Prime residences are in high demand due to their many different locations and relatively inexpensive prices. And a majority of students who plan to lease through Prime began waiting in line as early as 2 a.m. Though many cited a few students were waiting since 10 p.m. the night before. During her 3-hour wait, LSA freshman Rachel Westrick expressed confusion about Prime's policies and the dates the students could place deposits. So this is what the landlords are doing. Side with the students, side with the renters. You say you want to build more housing and encourage more renters to live here. Listen to us and give us our rights.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 205, do you have a comment? Go ahead.
Hey, this is Joe Spalding, and I wasn't going to comment on this issue, but now I am. For the record, it was the landlord of the 200 properties that inspired me. I had, honestly, no dog in the fight between this 30-day battle, but I'm advocating for council to look a little bit more forward and think about a 240-day window at this point. The reality is these landlords are calling in and pretending to speak for the students, and that is absolutely grotesque. I have two very specific points that I'm bringing up now because of that. The first is everybody here is familiar with public comment. Everybody here is familiar with public comment in a college town. Think about how difficult it is to organize renters. We have landlords coming in and pretending to speak against a petition that over 1,000 student renters signed. That's absurd, it's obscene, and it's grotesque. And yeah, I just used 3 words to mean the same thing. I don't care. The other thing that I want to bring up is the fact that, Mr. Mayor, you're a lawyer. You understand that in Michigan, landlords have an obligation to mitigate damages. And what that means is that they have to actually try to rent out properties when a lease is broken. And if they don't actually do that, they're on the hook for pay. It's very difficult for students to litigate this. It's very difficult, but the city can give them a leg up. You could write pre-baked letters of intent. You're a lawyer, you can do those things to help the students have a leg up so they can actually compete at a fair legal footing with those landlords. And, honestly, it turns my gut to hear somebody that possesses more than $1 million of the means of production, and not really the means of production, because let's be honest, landlords produce nothing. Someone with more than $1 million of property that produces wealth without any work, calling themselves small in the business that they're in, is absurd. So let's be real. Like, the renters in Ann Arbor are continuously screwed over in ways that they don't even realize because it's so tilted. And the idea that the housing crisis in Ann Arbor is in any way mitigated at all by anything is crazy. That is just crazy. So let's not take these landlords at face value. They're obviously speaking in bad faith. Let's level up what we can do. We don't just have to do the bare minimum that the students bring to council. They're just stepping into this fight. And I'm so happy that they are here. And that's why I didn't want to have to comment, because I wanted this to be their fight completely. But for the landlords out there that need to hear they're going to be held accountable, that's absolutely something that can be done. And there's also plenty of legislation that can be passed at the statewide level. And I'll go toe-to-toe against any association. I don't care if they're the realtors. I do not care. And I will do that at the state level. I have enough influence to push some needles there. So just think about that. And I really hope no more landlords call in with their nonsense. Thank you.
Thank you.
Adam Jaskiewicz, do you have a comment? Can you unmute yourself?
Yeah, hi, Adam Jaskiewicz. I'm in Ward 4. I'd just like to say we've heard a lot from landlords purporting to speak for their tenants, and we've heard a lot from tenants saying that the landlords are not actually speaking for them. So, you know, I think that the tenants can speak for themselves. We had a landlord say that the system is working beautifully as is. And that's true. It's working beautifully for landlords. So, you know, I think we need to push the needle on this and move it more in balance of the tenants and away from the landlords, because landlords have had a lot of support and power in the city and in government. So that's all I got to say about that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 254, do you have a comment? Press *6 to unmute yourself. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Michael. I'm a resident of Ann Arbor in Ward 3. I'm a grad student, a member of my union GEO, and I'm also calling in strong support of the proposed 210-day early leasing ordinance. As a grad student and renter, I've seen how difficult it is to find reasonable housing in the city. The rents are astronomical, and the reality of being forced to decide on housing far earlier than we have to decide is just not right. Like, extending the deadline for landlords to advertise, show, or lease rental units would be essential to protecting the rights of us as tenants and curbing the unreasonable power of landlords over their tenants. You've heard from landlords, as other people have said, they're pretending to speak for us, and they don't speak for us. I'm frankly sick of hearing them try to speak for us. And I stand with my union in calling for the full 210-day timeline for the ELO. This would give landlords more than enough time, roughly 5 months, to find new tenants. And it'll give us some chance as students and renters to know of our plans and make an informed decision about housing. If it's reduced to, say, 180 days or something, that's totally not enough. It will still force us to sign leases before we're ready to, like, really know our housing situation and make an informed decision. Even this 210 days should really be viewed as a compromise. And lastly, I want to point out that renters, we make up a majority of Ann Arbor residents. Our concerns matter despite the fact that the landlords hold so much power in the city. We, as renters, we have no representation on city council. And I know that these big landlords that you've heard from have a lot of influence, frankly, that we don't have in a lot of cases. And they claim to speak for renters, but their interests are directly against ours. We don't trust them, and they can't speak for us. We're not overreacting or naive, as I think a previous landlord who called in said. And frankly, we know they don't give a damn about us. And if city council claims to care about the housing crisis in the city and the needs of renters, you should listen to renters. So I strongly urge you to resist the landlords opposing this and pass the 210-day leasing ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Sorry, caller, go ahead. Yes.
Yes, we can.
Hi, sorry. My name is Renny Hachamovich. I'm also a tenant and a grad student in Ann Arbor. I also want to call in support of the proposal. I lived in dozens of apartments at this point in many different countries, and I can say that Ann Arbor has the worst housing conditions that I've ever experienced and that anyone I know here has ever experienced. And so I want to echo what other previous tenants have said and counter some of the landlords who have called in. And And I also want to note that we're living in a housing crisis here, particularly which has been accented by the pandemic, but it has existed before it over the past few decades, in which housing has become incredibly expensive, in short supply, has become dilapidated, usually, and in which increasingly housing rights are invested in landlords and not in tenants. And this proposal is a very small change, but it's greatly needed. It can greatly improve the lives of many tenants, and it comes at a very, very, very small inconvenience to landlords. And the fact that they are so against it should show you the power that they have found, that they are unwilling to give up even a very minor amount of power. Now, I also encounter two landlords who called in particular. One was this proposal would harm how housing is maintained, that she said it was easier to maintain the quality of housing and keep housing in better condition with such early leasing dates. And the other was my own landlord, Jay Keller, who purported to represent the interests of tenants and the public in general. So I just want to how dilapidated my own home is that he owned, and has owned, I think, since the mid-2000s, and which has never seen any serious repairs since that time, as far as I can tell. And it's many repairs that you wouldn't necessarily notice when I moved in. We didn't notice, or when we saw the house. But then later, over time, we've come to notice them. But the renewal date was so early that we wouldn't have known about these things. The first one was that the house was infested with squirrels, and had been infested with squirrels for many years. They had built nets all over the basement. I discovered the squirrels because there were hundreds of nuts moving around the basement. When I talked to the landlords, I believe or to the company, of course, I did not talk to Mr. Keller himself. There's 30 people between me and Mr. Keller, I'm assuming. They responded, "Oh yeah, that, right. Do you want us to do something about that? Okay." And then, I don't know, it took months to finally solve the squirrel the house. It is no longer in the basement, but of course it caused many other problems, right? They got in because the foundation of the house is almost completely collapsed in barriers. They have removed almost all the insulation from the house, so it's incredibly expensive to heat it. There's barely functioning electrical wiring, possibly due to the squirrels eating it. I have no idea. The house floods regularly. Still have no solution to that, really. And generally, the house is disintegrating. This is just one issue that could be improved ever so slightly by this reform, but it would be incredibly helpful for students. And talk to you, Mr. J. Keller.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 787, do you have a comment? *6, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. My name is Steve Bachman. I'm a small-time landlord. I've got 10 units in 5 properties. And I've rented mostly about 50% to graduate students. I've had a few undergrads, and then the balance is families and professionals. And I think it's certainly reasonable to increase from the 70 days currently. My feeling is 180 is the right amount, but that's not my main concern. My main concern is the requirement to offer renewal. And I've often, most times, wanted tenants to renew, but there have been a few cases where it's been important for me to suggest that renewal might not be an option if a tenant continues some kind of behavior that's impacting others. So, and the example that I've seen a few times is smoking in a multi-unit property. So it's reported by other tenants who smell it, and then I need to go and try to get the person to stop. As it's written now, the only way to remove that tenant is to start eviction proceedings. And if they stop within 7 days, then it's start over. So I'd ask that people consider that landlords sometimes need to take action to remove tenants. And if eviction is the only one, it will be very difficult to remove a tenant who might be impacting the peaceful enjoyment of tenants in other units in multifamily properties. That's all.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 663, do you have a comment? Go ahead.
Hello. Hello, my name is Abdul. I'm a student at the University of Michigan. And I wanted to call in support of the extension of the 210 days amendment to the early leasing ordinance. And my reasoning is that Ann Arbor has a very messed up housing market at the moment. Ann Arbor, if you are on minimum wage, to afford a place in Ann Arbor working full time, the average place, I think a 1 bedroom, you'd have to work like 80 hours a week. It's absurdly expensive in Ann Arbor. Washtenaw County is the most rent burdened county in the whole entire Michigan. It's one of the most rent burdened counties in the whole entire United States. And that's simply because of Ann Arbor and because of how absurdly expensive it is to live in the city. And I wanted to say that what the extension of the ELO 210 days amendment, what it does is that it brings the Ann Arbor housing market closer to perfect competition. And so Ann Arbor's housing market currently has a few different issues. Number one, there's a very little amount, I'll go through the different elements of perfect competition. There's a very limited amount of firms offering housing in Ann Arbor. There are several enormous landlords, corporate landlords, like the one that a caller earlier mentioned, that there's 30 levels between him and the top landlord. But there's all these different firms, and there's not that many different firms, and there's a lot of customers, and so that gives the firms the upper hand. And then also all the firms. The second part of competition is that all the firms produce identical products, which is not true in Ann Arbor, but that's not true for any housing market. So we'll just get past that. And the third one is that sellers and buyers have all the relevant information. So perfect information, which is an ideal that really can't be attained, but what in Ann Arbor does not exist in the slightest. Now, sellers, like landlords, have a lot more information than small-time, students, small families who are looking to rent a place, and that gives landlords the upper hand because people who are looking for a place to live do not have any semblance of even a 1% of the knowledge that a
30 seconds.
Seller has, and that makes people more likely to make a decision that they wouldn't want to make on their housing. So expanding the ELO and making it 210 days would basically let people get all the information they need to find their housing, and would make Ann Arbor's housing market more equitable and would bring it closer to an equilibrium price instead of being the absurd prices now that provide landlords with super normal profits and provide tenants with essentially nothing in the outcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 805, do you have a comment? Press *6 to unmute yourself, caller 805. Caller 805, do you have a comment? Caller 882, press *6 to unmute yourself. Do you have a comment? Caller 882, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Scott Brock. I'm a resident of Ann Arbor, landlord here and real estate attorney. I'm rejecting the proposed ordinance as a whole, particularly the forced right to renew and just cause eviction clauses. The Fifth Amendment of the United States Constitution provides, nor shall private property be taken for public use without just compensation. On June 23rd, the United States Supreme Court issued a case involving the Fifth Amendment in Cedar Point Nursery versus Seed. Supreme Court first reminded us why the Fifth Amendment exists, tracing back to our founding fathers, recognizing that the protection of private property is indispensable to the promotion of individual freedom. As John Adams once stated in 1851, property must be secured or liberty cannot exist. Indeed, our Supreme Court agrees with John Adams, having once stated that the protection of property rights is necessary to preserve freedom and empowers persons to shape and to plan their own destiny in a world where governments are always eager to do so for them. The proposed ordinance is certainly an example of that. Property rights are often referred to as a bundle of sticks. Our Supreme Court has always made clear that the right to exclude a person from one's own property is one of the most treasured rights. That is, the right to exclude is universally held to be the most essential stick in the bundle. It is my opinion that forcing a landlord to offer a tenant the right to renew a lease and only allowing the landlord to evict a tenant for just cause, as defined by the city, strips a landlord of its most treasured right, that right to exclude. So if this ordinance passes, what must the government do? Per the Fifth Amendment, it must pay for that right it took. I will gladly be the first in line to accept my just compensation, or, with all due respect, I will be the first in line at the federal courthouse, and the city can waste tax dollars defending this ordinance that it claims to protect and benefits whom? Students? Well, let's look at that. Washington State just passed a similar law. I was just speaking with attorneys in Washington State last week to discuss with them how this law has impacted the rental market. This is what I learned. The application and screening process for tenants is painstaking, and those at the margins are negatively affected most. Who are those people? Those with low income, those with poor or no rental history, and those with bad credit. Who does that sound like? It sounds awfully like students, if you ask me. Why does it affect them? Well, if I'm a landlord who will be forced to renew a lease, I sure better like and trust you, and it is only my rental application I can use to obtain that information. So these people are often left stuck without housing or are forced to move elsewhere. I guess if Ann Arbor wants to continue its reputation of being full of nothing but rich people, well, City Council, you continue to be on the right track. Second, rent will go up. Every new ordinance causes the market to react with an increased price. We see this over and over again. Again, who will that impact? Students and those without high income. But again, Ann Arbor and the University of Michigan seem to have no issue with keeping the school and city full of rich students. Lastly, I learned that an ordinance like this will protect the worst of the worst. Ask any landlord and they will all agree they will do anything to keep a good tenant in the property. To the loud, destructive, obnoxious tenants, we can't wait for the lease to the end. And on top of all that, and assuming that this law is not struck down, let's consider how easy it is to get around. First, an arbitrary 9-month beginning period that triggers this ordinance. What are landlords going to do? Short of leases. Students, how does a semester-long lease sound? Now, rather than just look for a new place in October for the following year, you can look for a new place in October and March. This proposed ordinance is unconstitutional. It will have effect, and please deny it.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 534, you can press *6 to unmute yourself. Go ahead.
Hello again, this is Tom Stallberg calling from Lower Town. I'm a small landlord, and I've spoken before on this issue. I can flex. Maybe that's a luxury of being a small landlord rather than a large landlord. But in my case, I'll be fine with whatever you decide in terms of the number of days. I think there's some confusion on what's being removed or not from this ordinance. Hopefully that'll get cleared up at the council table discussion. And I think some of the problematic parts, the challenging parts, are being proposed to be changed under the new proposal. So I think some of the concerns of some of the callers are being addressed by the council members already. So I do appreciate that. And I do believe that'll get cleared up shortly when council discusses this. I do not want to speak for the tenants. They've definitely said they don't want to be spoken for from a landlord. And so I won't. I will speak on behalf of just myself that I appreciate being a landlord in Ann Arbor. We have wonderful tenants. I'm a alumni of the university myself for both undergraduate and graduate experiences, and went through the whole process from the other side of that. And I'm very happy with the tenants that we've had in over 20 years of being a small landlord here in Ann Arbor. So please listen to your tenants, the tenant advocates. They are a very important part of our town, and many of us were there once ourselves. I do want to raise one other issue. A gentleman named Joe Spalding called in. He's from out of town, and he's a professional lobbyist and political hitman. His job at Five Corner Strategy, if you look up Five Corner Strategy, you find on the website, is to promote new developments, is to lobby and work on behalf of new developers, not existing ones. And those new developers become landlords. So he's railing against landlords, but he's also here in town being a professional lobbyist for new development, which is also part of his job as a political hitman against any sitting council member or any new council member who wants to campaign to be a council member who doesn't meet the needs of his clients, which is simply promoting large new developments, which will then be large landlords. So it's a shame that this gentleman continues to call in and try to influence our city politics. But there you have it. Figure out who's paying them. Thanks.
30 seconds.
I'm done. Good night.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak at this public hearing?
Caller with the phone number ending in 556. Do you have a comment? Press *6 to unmute yourself. Go ahead.
Hi, Ralph McKee. Fifth Ward, I just have a brief comment. I think you should listen most, really, to the person who is the non-student renter. I think it's very important that that renter agreed with what the student renters also wanted, the 210-day time period. Because the landlords were definitely arguing that those people weren't represented. The one that I heard that called in had the same goal, the 210-day period. And I think that's very important. If both types of tenants really want that change, it ought to be made. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I don't see any other callers with their hands up.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak at this public hearing?
Caller with the phone number ending in 035. Do you have a comment?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name's Leah, and I'm calling to support the ELO with a 210-day extension. I'm a PhD student at UM and a proud GEO member. I'm an international student, and I accepted my offer in mid-March of 2016. At that point, only 7% of units are available to rent in Ann Arbor. I had a real hell of a time tracking down a place to live that was suitable for my accessibility needs and my financial situation from another country. I moved to Ann Arbor on September 1st of that year. On September 16th, I received an email from my leasing company asking about renewal and giving me just a week to decide before they said they'd start showing my apartment. They in effect threatened me with a larger rent hike, the competitive market, and claimed that they'd received inquiries about my apartment specifically for the next year. What a good example of the fact that it's landlords who drive the competition, not tenants. Why would anybody be raring to leave after only 15 days in their new home? At the time, I had a lot of uncertainty about my apartment needs because my husband was in the process of figuring out his visa. I felt intensely pressured by the uncertainty and the prospect of having to pay another security deposit to a different company while my landlord still held mine. So I re-signed. Despite my re-signing, I received a notice that my apartment would be shown before the 70th day of my lease, and I had to argue with the company to ask them not to bring strangers to my home while I was in class. I wish I had not re-signed. In early December, we began to hear noises of rodents scratching and crawling through the ceilings and squeaking and shrieking all night, waking myself and my roommate on a nearly nightly basis and causing us both immense stress and sleep deprivation. This continued well into the second year I had to live in that apartment. By then, too late, and the company did nothing to help the situation, telling me I was hearing things even when I sent them multiple recordings of the noise. Many, if not most students, and many tenants who are not students, live with limited funds and a lot of uncertainty about their lives. We frequently don't know where we will need to be based in the following year until well into the spring. This is a problem experienced by many people in Ann Arbor for various personal and professional reasons. The 180-day extension is just not sufficient to alleviate the problems of navigating a rental market shaped and controlled by landlord interests. It is far too soon and still requires us to sign leases before we know for sure where we need to be. And if we gamble incorrectly, we either are left to struggle to find housing in spring or to find a subletter. The 210-day extension will allow us to re-sign when we have more certainty, allow for landlords to actually have more reliable and happy
30 seconds.
Provide plenty of opportunity for folks to move, find a new place if they want, and allow newcomers to Ann Arbor to find good and safe places to live. I'm from Ontario, where we have more robust tenant protections. It still isn't perfect, but we have more representation. The way tenants are exploited in Ann Arbor is not acceptable. You need to listen to us, the tenants, not management companies whose job it is to extract money from the people who live there. We have no interest in they have no interest in helping tenants, just on profiting from us. We need protection and representation. Please vote for the extension. Thank you so much to council members Rowdy Nadish and Nelson for your support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 400, do you have a comment? Press *6 to unmute your phone, please. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Jen Langenberg, and I am calling in to oppose the changes that are currently set forth by council in regards to the leasing ordinance and the right to renew. The current restructuring of the ordinance creates neither further uncertainty for prospective tenants and current residents. Trying to find housing in the city of Ann Arbor is an extremely complicated thing to do with our lack of inventory. With mandating such a late timeline in the leasing renewal process, it will create an urgency of being homeless by prospective tenants and current tenants unless they've renewed, as there's no way to have them to properly fill the demand that will be created by the frenzy when the leasing floodgates open. With the vast majority of rental properties in the city of Ann Arbor on the same leasing schedule, this will create havoc amongst all parties. It will be costly and frantic for everybody. And I would just like to reinstate that right now, I keep on hearing the word students and a lot of student rentals. And I think we need to keep in mind that, you know, there are thousands of renters in the city of Ann Arbor that we need to be minding. And a lot of people that are relocating, a lot of people that are coming in, they want to have their schedules set, and 180-day timeline or 150-day timeline for these people coming in creates a lot of different burdens. There will be an urgency of homelessness, and I understand what I'm hearing from residents and tenants, because there is such a lack of inventory in the market in Ann Arbor. What we have seen is that we have had a lot of new units come online, that our market is starting to shift greatly. And as of right now, if you go on to showmetherent.com, you can find 1,000 apartments that are available for rent right now in the city of Ann Arbor. And I do think that one of the complications that renters are finding is that they aren't able to find the resources of where are all of these rental properties now being advertised, as different third parties are no longer advertising stuff, and that it just adds one extra layer of complication on the things. The timeline presented also creates many issues for residents, as you know, in that time frame they will be in finals, many people will be leaving, many people are working from home, and what is going to happen is we as landlords, property owners, are all going to be opening up the floodgates all at one time, creating havoc. Over the past years, I think we need to look at this as all, and not just as a, you know, we're all going through this. This is going to create huge havoc when it comes to all of the floodgates opening. Current residents that maybe want to look at other properties. And have a good evening. Thank you. Please look at the entire rental community. It's not just the landlord tenant thing, everybody.
Caller with the phone number ending in 092, do you have a comment? Press *6 to unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name's Lucy. I am a PhD student here and a resident of Ward 4. And I want to make a couple of comments in support of extending the early leasing ordinance to 210 days. One, I want to refer back to the comments of the gentleman who was a landlord and also an attorney, who was talking about his sacred right to evict people from his so-called private property, which is actually commercial property. And I hope you will notice that he threatened to turn his leases into semester by semester if this ordinance went through. And I want you to know that that is the kind of thing that we face as tenants all the time, threats from landlords, because we don't have a lot of legal protections in the city of Ann Arbor, as you've heard from a lot of renters who spoke tonight. So I hope you as a city council in general have your eyes on renters, because we are really under threat as tenants. So that's my first point. On to the early leasing ordinance. I hope you know that this is much more than a technicality about number of days. The 70-day timeline gives landlords an immense amount of power to push us towards re-signing by threatening us with raising rents. So I have the incredible displeasure of living in a McKinley apartment complex. And the property manager emails as soon as 70 days hits and says, we can re-sign you right now for your current rate. And if you wait longer, we'll raise the rent. So I have to wait until I know for sure. And by that time, my rent has been raised 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times. So it's not just about when landlords control the apartments. It also gives landlords a tool of power to negotiate with us to raise rent. So I hope you know that this is a much bigger issue. And more specifically on the issue of 210 days, I want to point out that we haven't heard a single renter say anything against 210 days. GEO has done its due diligence to talk to members of the community about the correct number of days, members of the rental community. This involves students, undergraduate and graduates, and also residents, non-student renters. We have 1,200 signatures on our petition. So we haven't heard any renters say anything against 210 days. And then my last point is that I would really like to thank Elizabeth Nelson, who has worked with us very graciously. It's really hard to be a renter in Ann Arbor, and activists have been burdened with hours and hours of work to make this initiative happen, which we thought would be quite simple to get one small win for renters. It's been incredibly difficult. Many of us have spent lots of hours. So I really hope that the council starts paying more attention to renters, because as many others have said, this is the hardest city to rent in that many of us have ever lived in. So yeah, thank you so much, Councilmember Elizabeth Nelson, for actually looking out for us. And that's all I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 326, do you have a comment? Press star. Press star 6 to unmute yourself. Go ahead.
Yeah. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Terrific. Hi, my name's Jeffrey. I'm an Ann Arbor resident. My family's been involved in the rental industry as property managers and owners since the 60s. One of the comments made earlier by tenants was how easy it is to get maintenance items done, renovations done. It almost sounded more like flipping a switch and could be done in a very short amount of time. The problem with going so far out with this ordinance is that the compression of time and the understanding that we would have as far as who's renting compresses everything that we do throughout the year to try and understand what kind of budget we have to work with, what tenants would be willing to let us come into their property and do the renovation in a timely manner so that we can keep and continue to rent high quality rental units. When most of you know that the renovation and contracting business right now is hampered with lumber issues, with ordering issues, this isn't just a post-pandemic thing. This is all the time. So in order to be able to sit down with property managers who manage my properties and understand what units we can go into, what timing we can go in for those, what kind of budget we have to do anything to keep those improved and the best possible units that we can rent, we can't do that when that time frame is just compressed even further. I definitely think there's a compromise here, and I urge you to continue to listen to the landlord and property managers so that we, along with tenants, can come up with something better than 210 days. I really appreciate your time tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I don't see anyone else with their hand up.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak at this public hearing? Seeing no one, this public hearing is closed. Public hearing number 2, resolution to approve 300 West Huron Hotel Site Plan and Development Agreement, 300 West Huron. Is there anyone who would like to speak at this public hearing?
Amir Patel, you can go ahead and speak. Can unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Yeah, I just want to thank City Council for inviting us to present our project tonight. My name is Samir Patel. I'm Senior Development Manager at Hawkeye Hotels, the developer an owner behind this Fairfield Inn and Suites located at 300 West Huron. Just wanted to give a brief background on our company, who we are, because I think the developer behind the development is just as important. So we're a family-owned, vertically integrated development management and ownership company. We were founded in 1982 when Bob and Angie Patel immigrated to America from India with $1 and a dream. They purchased an 18-room motel in Mena, Arkansas. This was their first introduction into the hospitality industry. The hotel was actually shut down at the time. Bob and Angie renovated it themselves. Bob worked front desk, Angie did housekeeping, handled the books, and they were eventually able to make it profitable again and sold it for a larger property. They grew the company throughout the late 80s, throughout the Mississippi Valley, and then in the early 90s became the first minorities to obtain a Marriott franchise license in 1994. I'll fast forward through a couple decades of history for the sake of time, but during the Great Recession, Hawkeye was the fastest growing developer within the Marriott system. The company built or acquired 15 hotels during that downturn. Today, the next generation of Patels have taken the reins of the company, and as of Q2 2021, Hawkeye owns and manages 50 hotels across 17 states, with 12 under construction and additional 20 in the pipeline. One of our most exciting and high-profile project is actually here in downtown Ann Arbor. We've been circling the market for about 3 years now, waiting for the right opportunity to arise. What we're proposing at 300 West Huron is a 5-story, 92-key Fairfield Inn and Suites by Marriott. The building will be LEED Gold certified. It'll be catered to the overnight business and leisure traveler. The guest rooms will include, separate sleeping and work areas. There'll be a fitness center in there for the guests, as well as complimentary breakfast. Just wanted to give a brief background on myself, our company, and the project, and then my design team is also at this hearing as well to answer any hotel-specific questions. So with that, I'll turn it back to the City Council members. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak at this public hearing?
Mayor, I don't see anyone else with their hand up for this hearing.
Seeing no one, this public hearing is closed. We have before us the meeting minutes of July 6, 2021. May I have a motion, please, to approve these minutes? Moved by Councilmember Regina, second by Councilmember Hayner. Discussion, please, of the minutes. Councilmember Regina.
I just wanted to draw attention to the fact that I believe Councilmember Griswold has rejoined on the attendee side.
Repeat, please.
Councilmember Griswold, I believe, has rejoined on the attendee side.
Ms. Beaudry, can we bring her over, please? Thank you, Councilmember. Further discussion of the minutes? All in favor? Opposed? Minutes are approved. B1, an ordinance to amend section 8530 of chapter 105, lease agreements and entry to show rental residential premises of title 8, building regulations of the code of the city of Ann Arbor, moved by Councilmember Nelson, seconded by Councilmember Regina. Discussion, please, of B1. Councilmember Nelson.
Thank you. This has been quite a journey, and I do want to acknowledge all of the people who called in. I really appreciate your support and your patience with this process. One caller in particular really nailed a description of what this has been like. Many, many hours of meetings. This is an issue that matters to people in the community. It did take us 2 months to get a draft ordinance language to distribute among community advocates. I've sent a draft to Jackie, and I circulated close to what this is on Saturday to all of council, based on legal advice both internally and externally. We are removing the right to renew portion of this ordinance. It is now basically the discussion that we're having is about the timeline. And I do want to acknowledge that based on the connections that I have made in the many months that this has been a topic of discussion, I am going to continue to work on this issue. I appreciate the advice and the clarification around obstacles to the right to renew, but this is a very meaningful housing policy that other municipalities have implemented. It is highlighted as a very important protection for tenants. And until we have a better sense of what enforcement is likely to look like on the tenants' end, that looks to me like it would actually be the best solution in terms of enhancing tenants' rights. That is to say, the right to renew. So I do want to just clarify that I'm going to continue to work on that issue. So the ordinance that we have before us, Jackie, have you circulated it?
I just sent it around.
Yes. So we did hear from people concerned about the right to renew and just cause for eviction. Those terms no longer exist. We are counting from the end of the lease. So we've been talking about 210 days. We're counting from the back end. 150 days from the end is what we're counting from. And to address the concern of one gentleman who talked about leases being shortened, well, I mean, I certainly hope that landlords don't have plans to be so predatory as to make semester-long leases. It was suggested to us that we should shorten this to 8 months so that there is not a temptation for landlords to create, I don't know, an 8-month, 3-week lease. So those are really the notable changes. And I really hope that people can support it. I think that we heard tonight how much support there is in the community for this ordinance. And I just have to say, I came to this somewhat ignorant, not having rented in the city of Ann Arbor, certainly not rented in the campus area. And it is remarkable to me to hear that 5 months is just too short. That's just amazing to me. I'll let others make comments. Thanks.
Is that an amendment, Councilmember?
I guess it's an amendment, or it's almost a full substitution, actually. This is reverting to first reading, obviously.
Is there a second to that? I'm going to treat it as amendment. Is there a second, Councilmember Regina? Is that amendment friendly to the body? The amendment is friendly. Further discussion? Councilmember Regina.
Thank you. I was prepared to speak on the amendment, but I appreciate everybody passing this unanimously. I want to also thank Councilmember Nelson for her work on this, and this is a process that I've been engaged with her now for weeks and months. But I especially also want to thank all of the community members who called in, frankly, on both sides of this conversation, to let their views be heard. I do want to acknowledge that I don't think we are acting out of the belief that all landlords are evil or all landlords are bad actors, but I think there's an important power imbalance that exists in the rental market here in Ann Arbor and elsewhere that needs to be addressed. And one of those things, I think we heard tonight that tenants are often reaching out really early into their leasing period because they want to get their leases wrapped up early before the next year. The reality is I remember that process as a student, and I've heard that process explained to me by students today, and it's very similar, that it's not necessarily a desire to have this wrapped up really early into the fall, particularly for new students who are freshmen and wanting to move off campus their next year. The reality is it gets around that if you do not have your lease information signed or ready by that 70-day mark, if you haven't found your place to live for the next year, you're going to be out of luck. And so students start rushing early in the period to sign up. I remember as a student going out and seeking landlords and finding out where I could go and view places. That's not a desire by tenants. It's the reality that's created by the timeline that currently exists in the ordinance. So I'm incredibly supportive of moving this out. I'm grateful for the work that has been done by the rental community in helping to collaborate on this. I do want to acknowledge that I think we've also received some really positive input from some of the landlords that have contributed to this as well. But I think it is important to acknowledge that while the vast majority we did not hear this tonight, there were a few that were very predatory in the language that demonstrates the significant power imbalance that exists here in our community. I even heard, and this is where the right to renew and continuing to work on the right to renew, I believe, is the right option going forward. While that is not what we'll be voting on tonight, when I hear things like it's not just the destructive, but also the loud and obnoxious renters that we can't wait to get rid of, or we can't wait for their leases to end, that's concerning to me. Somebody being loud should not make them homeless. That if there's continual problems that exist there, sure, but the reality is this power imbalance is creating a real problem in our community. And frankly, I think it is time for us as a body to continue doing the work to make sure that renters' rights are stronger here in Ann Arbor. It's one of the things that, as I mentioned to Councilmember Nelson, a renters commission is likely coming soon, and we hope that they'll be able to work on this. So thank you, and I hope you'll support it.
Councilmember Dish.
I want to thank both Councilmember Nelson and Councilmember Regina for all the work they've done on this ordinance, and also to the many people who spoke in, who called in tonight. We're hearing very different stories. We're hearing from landlords about would-be tenants anxiously trying to secure housing in November or before. And from tenants, we're hearing landlords approaching them to renew a scant 2 months into their lease and using the prospect of a rent increase to leverage an early re-signing. So we have conflicting stories. What do we know? We know that notwithstanding the COVID-19 pandemic, space in the off-campus rental market last November was 99% occupied. It is projected that over the next 5 years, the city's renter population will increase over 4% downtown and roughly 2% elsewhere throughout the city. This ordinance will compress the leasing period. That is correct, but it is not correct to say that it will relocate it to April or to after the students have left campus. According to the evidence that was provided as an attachment to this ordinance, to this agenda item, the bulk of leases begin in early to mid-August. So for the largest group of tenants, the leasing period will not fall in April. It will be in mid-March. As we heard from a caller, Washtenaw County is one of the most rent-burdened counties in the state. The average cost of a one-bedroom is $1,200 a month, which is 50% of a grad student's monthly income. I hope everyone will remember that if you choose not to renew your current lease, then the earlier you have to sign a new lease, the longer you will have 2 security deposits out of your pocket. That is one of the factors motivating this change. There is widespread agreement that 70 days is too short. Landlords assert that 210 days is too long. There is a concern that they will be able to press their concern about 210 days through the courts because of a decision in St. Paul. We have a month now, since this is going back to first reading, we have a month to get more clarity on that issue. And if at all possible, try to bring a few more landlords on board. I heard many of them say that they really don't care where the limit is. I heard others say that the sky is falling. Both of those things can't be true. We really must do something about what I think Councilmember Medina rightly called a power imbalance in this situation.
Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say I appreciate this pared down version of this. When this idea was floated several months ago now, it's more than that, I suppose. I completely supported the notion of shifting this period around because some of the landlords in some other communities that I know, they count backwards from the end of the lease. And it does seem extraordinary that someone can say, hey, you've been in your place a couple months, do you want it or not? It's just, some people haven't even finished unpacking in a couple months with all their schoolwork or their new job or whatever's happening. So I appreciate these changes. It removes the parts of the, gets it back to what I thought it was going to be originally, and it removes the parts that were of a greater concern to me last week when I sent it forward to second reading here. So, yeah, I'm going to support it once again at first reading and send it forward to second reading. And I appreciate the editing that happened here. It takes out some of the things that I felt were not fully thought through, potentially, and also potentially maybe could be considered in the future with a more holistic approach and a kind of a broader set of ideas and experiences and so on at the table. So hopefully that's what will happen as we move forward. And I intend to support this tonight.
Sorry, I was on mute. My apologies. Councilmember Umlawi.
Thank you. And I appreciate all the work that's been put into this by Councilmember Nelson and Radina. And again, echo the statements made by Councilmember Hayner that I appreciate this, whether we want to call it a substitute or amendment version that takes out the right to renew and focuses more on the timeline of the early leasing. I do have some questions on this substitute or amended resolution, legal questions as it pertains to situations that the University of Michigan and folks who don't have any intent on renewing and allowing some sort of waiver or some sort of prescription for landlords to have folks look into the properties sooner if the current tenant has no intention on renewing. Does this need additional language to allow in those instances where you have people who are graduating, won't be around, have no intent on renewing? Is there a waiver for those instances for landlords to show those properties in those instances, as well as the case of the University of Michigan? Are they exempt from any of this? How will it affect them? And perhaps I need to take that offline if that question takes a bit more time.
If that's for me, there currently isn't an exception for that in 3A and 3B. That did come up in discussions as to whether a student knew he or she wasn't going to be coming back next year. That's something that you could add an amendment to, but that's currently not an exception or included now.
And if that was to be worked on between now and second reading, would it be materially different and require this to go back to first reading for the umpteenth time? If it is, it's not what I would like, but I don't know if something can be crafted on the floor in order to address that concern and amend that to allow in that case.
I think that just that would be okay. It just kind of depends what all amendments there are. And I want to point out to Councilmember Dish, I don't want to take up your time, Councilmember Umlawi, either. But when she said a month, I think tonight would be the first reading. So a second reading would be in 2 weeks from now. So we might have 2 weeks rather than a month, unless the changes are significant and it does go back to a first reading status.
And how does it pertain to the University of Michigan? What are the consequences? Their properties, their rental agreements?
They're usually exempt from these, but we can, John, unless you've looked at it, it usually would not apply to the university, but I haven't looked into it.
Yeah, I was going to say they're usually a different constitutional sovereign that wouldn't be, this would not apply to them, but we'd have to provide a memo on that if you specifically want one.
Thank you. I'll let my colleague speak and might have to come back for a second term.
Councilmember Briggs.
Thank you. And thanks to everybody who's been working on this. I think the amendment removing right to renew based on the advice we received makes sense at this moment in time. Obviously, that brings up some other issues that still need to be worked through. We've heard from hundreds of renters that 70 days is untenable and it preys upon vulnerable population, and that there's a loud and clear demand to extend this time frame. And it's been pretty unified for the most part in terms of the speakers that we've heard from this evening around the 210-day time frame. But I think it's important to recognize that there are folks that call into our public hearings, and then there are also folks that write in a little bit more quietly to us. And we've heard multiple times from the Pan-Hellenic Alumni Council. And at the last council meeting, folks sort of raised the issue that, well, they're just alumni, but we received a clarifying email from them that they represent 3,000 undergraduate women and 16 organizations within the university. And they've called for a shorter time frame. So I just want to point out that there are a range of voices and desires from students. We've also heard calling in tonight somebody from the Phi Chi medical fraternity talking about rolling admissions and the need to have more flexibility there. And so this isn't a black or white issue. There's a variety of different opinions from the renter population. There's also a variety of different opinions from the landlords. We have heard from a number of smaller sort of mom and pop shops that have reached out to us and said that they agree that the 70-day time frame is too short, and they really don't abide by that. They're not preying upon their renters and pushing them into leases after a couple months. But they've talked to us not about what they are projecting upon students, but what they feel like they legitimately need to exist in a sort of smaller market and provide high quality housing. And, they've asked for a little bit more time. And I feel like their voice has not necessarily been listened to in this process. This is a pretty huge ordinance change that's impacting over 50% of our residents here. And kind of the process by doing this feels like, we might have wanted to be a little bit more deliberative in this. As we work to provide more housing in the city, it might behoove us to listen to some of the reasonable insights of those who provide housing in our community. And so, I'm definitely going to be supporting this moving forward. But I think it's a complicated issue, and I think it's a nuanced issue, and I think thank you.
Councilmember Medina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to briefly address Councilmember Omlawi's question. As Attorney Reiser pointed out, the potential for a renter to sign kind of a waiver and waive their right under the timeline was discussed, and one of the reasons we determined not to include it in the final draft was pretty significant feedback from renters that the fear would exist that it would incentivize kind of that continued pressuring earlier in the process for tenants to waive their rights. And so all of a sudden you don't have the question being asked for you to re-sign, otherwise you're going to lose, but you have kind of that consistent knocking at the door asking whether or not you're going to leave the next year. There was also concern that we discussed that it could potentially create a competitive advantage, an even greater competitive advantage to some of the larger landlords with means who might have the ability to incentivize tenants to waive their rights in that circumstance. So, if you let us know by December 1 that you're not signing next year, we'll give you $100 off your December rent situation where, while it would benefit those tenants who might live with large landlords, it may create a competitive disadvantage for some of the smaller landlords who don't have the means to do that type of thing.
Councilmember Nelson.
Councilmember Redina said much of what I was going to say, but I think to add on to his remarks, and actually in response to something that was said earlier, one of the consequences of waiting 2 months for language was that I actually had the opportunity to meet with and have conversations with 4 attorneys locally who have worked on landlord-tenant law advocating for tenants. And their experience was not as a landlord of 20 units or as a tenant navigating a series of leases over a career, but in actually seeing many cases of tenants being put at a disadvantage and how these leases were playing out. And so I had access to some pretty significant expertise locally about what is happening in our rental market and who's at a disadvantage. And a whole lot of arguments that have been presented to us were not confirmed by attorneys who have been advocating on behalf of tenants' rights locally. One of the reasons that I'm enthusiastic about continuing work on the right to renew is because now I have a team of people who are really interested in helping me. So I guess I just want to reiterate what the points that Councilmember Rudina made around our understanding of what puts tenants in a vulnerable position and what kind of an exception, an amendment like Councilmember Ramalawi suggested really will put them at a disadvantage, which is not the intention of this ordinance at all. We're not trying to just reframe the pressure point. We're trying to remove the pressure point. Thank you.
Councilmember Ramalawi.
Well, I appreciate the explanation and the work that was done on my concern. I frankly think we still need to address this in a common sense approach, and be amenable to some of the other concerns that we've heard here tonight. And you know, if folks aren't going to stick around and renew their lease, then I think there should be a little bit of flexibility in allowing that landlord and the property management to do things in order to help, you know, their interest and the interest of everybody, frankly, as I think this would. I think we could probably hopefully craft language that this would be a voluntary agreement that would be non-compensatory. We wouldn't they wouldn't be compensated for such an agreement. But I frankly have a hard time penalizing folks who are in that situation, who have to wait up until that 150 days before being allowed to show their property or do something different with it if they know the current tenant is not going to renew. There's always going to be a power imbalance, unfortunately, in that relationship. There are power imbalances in almost, you know, not almost, but many relationships that could and are mutually beneficial. So we'll consider bringing that at our next meeting. I'll be supporting this tonight. Thank you.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It is approved. DB1, resolution to approve 300 West Huron Hotel Site Plan and Development Agreement, 300 West Huron. Moved by Councilmember Medina, second by Councilmember Dish. Discussion, please, of DB1. Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'd just briefly like to say that you know, this this kind of intensifying of land use is something that is, you know, appropriate in these downtown areas. But I couldn't let this go by without pointing out the probably about 100 years of use that we've gotten out of that former gas station there. It's now known as a relax station with their beautiful gardens and their services to the community, and the building next door also, the two buildings that are associated with this combined parcel, and you know, it's yet another opportunity to take a look, and you see how buildings that are built and repurposed and maintain flexibility and creativity is allowed to come in and repurpose these buildings. It just shows that a building that can have a lot of value beyond its intended lifetime. And I'm not sure if some of these new projects are going to be like that, but I just want to point that out. I'm going to support this. You know, the one place has become a bit of a 111 has become a bit of a kind of a derelict hangout. I'm sorry to report. Like, the building itself has been neglected. It had a small fire, was started on a porch and so on. Derelict in the building, not the folks. But you know, so it's time for this to be redeveloped, and you know, we're getting a little bit of a hotel row, a little hotel cluster. I had a friend came into town from Pennsylvania last week, and he stayed right across the street there at the new hotel. And so, you know, they're serving their purpose for our community, and you know, it's nice to see that you know, things keep moving forward in these areas where it's appropriate. So, thank you.
Further discussion? Councilmember Ramlawi.
Thank you. Just a quick question on the off-street parking. Sorry, I'm not finding it as I'm digging through this. Can someone explain to me where those will be located, the 6 parking spaces that are off-site?
Absolutely. Good evening, Council. Yes, I can definitely explain to you. Matt Kowalski, I'm city planner who reviewed the project. Yes, the off-site spaces are located just to the west of the Delana Center. There's currently a drive that runs right kind of parallel along the railroad track there, and they have a dedicated, a permanent recorded parking easement, which is one of the mechanisms we do allow within our code if you have a recorded parking easement. So those spaces are located just off the site. So it's just past the Delana Center, directly adjacent to that, next to the railroad tracks. They're kind of parallel spaces that go along the current entrance drive that runs along the railroad.
Thanks, Matt, for being here and explaining that.
You're welcome.
That's all. Thank you.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
This was voted down.
Yeah.
Opposed? It is approved. C1, an ordinance to amend section 8530 of chapter 105, housing entry to show premises and time for rental agreements of title 8, building regulations of the code of the city of Ann Arbor. Moved by Councilmember Nelson, seconded by Councilmember Adina. Discussion, please, of C1. Councilmember Nelson.
This has been displaced by B1, so I think we can dispose of this. I wasn't sure the mechanics. I forgot to reach out to Mr. Postma about just taking it off the agenda, or if that was even possible. We can vote it down or get rid of it.
I would just vote it down.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Councilmember Dish. Further discussion? Councilor Ramlawi.
Yeah, just parliamentary questions sort of here. You know, B1 was listed under a second reading. I'm assuming that was now would be qualified as a first reading on what we just voted on prior to B1.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So this, of course, within is just irrelevant, I guess, at this point. All right, thank you. Just making sure that.
Yes, thanks.
Further discussion? Councilmember Briggs.
Sorry, I should have done this with the last one, but I just want to make sure. I know that staff in the attorney's office has worked with many of us answering questions and providing advice, and I just wanted to say thanks for all of that support.
Further discussion? All in favor? It's the other way around. My recollection is that, just to refresh people's recollection, I think we're voting this down so that as to permit the previously amended version to go forward without contest.
Favor of saying no. So
fair point.
I mean,
all in favor of the resolution? All opposed? The measure fails. Let's take a short break. It's 9:40. We'll come back at 9:50. Thank you, everyone. We are back after a short break. DC1, resolution to appoint Jonathan Overpeck to the Energy Commission, moved by Councilmember Adina, seconded by Councilmember Omlai. Discussion, please, at DC1. Councilmember Griswold.
I'd like to thank him for his service on the Environmental Commission and wish him the best on the Energy Commission.
Councilmember Adina.
Thanks. I'll also be really brief, but this is just one of those opportunities. Every once in a while, we have to have an extra vote for somebody because they don't actually live within the city. But I think it's important to just point out the incredible experience that Dean Overpeck is going to bring to the Energy Commission. Currently Dean of the U of M School of for Environment and Sustainability, but also he's leading U of M's expansion of their own environmental and sustainability initiatives. He's a Nobel Prize winner for his climate change work, and really is just world renowned for his research, and he will be benefiting our community, and that's one of the benefits of having a world-class institution right here, but also I think a testament to the great work being done by Dr. Stoltz and her team in their outreach to campus and other leaders in the community. So I'm glad he will be joining us.
Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? It's unanimous with 11 council members present, all voting the affirmative, thus satisfying the 7-vote requirement. DC2, resolution to amend the A20 plan, strategy 6 to implement sensors to monitor and strategize and to monitor and strategies to manage heat, air quality, waterways, and flooding. Moved by Council Member Dish, seconded by Councilmember Griswold. Discussion, please, of DC2.
The purpose of this resolution is to move beyond just monitoring and actually have a proactive management program. I worked closely with Dr. Schultz on this. I appreciate the co-sponsorship from Councilmember Dish and Councilmember Nelson. Councilmember Dish raised some good points that we need to be very clear on what responsibilities still lie within the Office of Sustainability and Innovation. And basically, those responsibilities do not change. And we would, for flooding, we would be using funding from the stormwater infrastructure, I'm sorry, the Stormwater Enterprise Fund. Sorry, I'm having a problem. My computer is so far away from me here down at City Hall. Anyway, this has no impact on general funds. And we already have the enterprise fund for stormwater management. And I think that it is important that council as a policy-making body establish policies that can actually make the community more resilient by having strategies to manage stormwater. Thank you.
Further discussion? Councilor Griswold on round 2.
I would like to offer an amendment, and that is on the second resolve clause to strike the last few words, the next time the plan is up for revisions. So rather than waiting until the plan is up for revisions, we would be changing it today. And that's consistent with the fact that it is a living document. And I discussed this with Dr. Schultz today, and she is in agreement.
Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Nelson. Is that friendly to the body? It's friendly. Further discussion? Councilmember Omlai.
Is Dr. Stoltz here at all to maybe give us a little bit of feedback on that latest amendment to the resolution and when we could be seeing these sensors and what type and where and how and when?
Dr. Stoltz is available on the phone.
I am. Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Olawi. Can you hear me okay? I'm sorry with the outage.
Yes, you can.
Yes. Okay, great, thank you. Yeah, so in terms of the amendment absolutely and completely in alignment with the work that we wanted to do around managing stormwater more broadly. In terms of the sensors themselves, that's something that's actually in the budget for this fiscal year to be moving forward with placing those in different areas, both air quality and water quality, additional water quality monitoring systems. So you should see those in the next few weeks to months.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us tonight. Are we talking 5 sensors, 10 sensors, 200 sensors? Do we know how extensive that network of information will be?
Yeah, we're in the process of researching different options available to us. So you're very likely going to see something come before council for improvement of allocating the resources to do that. And your question is really astute because it's about how much data we want to collect and what that, as you can imagine, more robust monitoring systems cost slightly more, but will tell us more as well. So we're doing the investigation, and you'll see something shortly for council consideration.
Well, thank you on this and everything else you're doing. And every time we think we've discovered something that you haven't, you've already thought about it. So appreciate you always being on the tip of the spear.
Further discussion? I'm delighted for my part that this is going to be moving forward. You know, we obviously we are experiencing climate change here in Ann Arbor in a wide variety of ways. Heat, of course, but flooding and precipitation perhaps most acutely. This is an excellent example of the A20 plan. You know, working for the benefit of residents in this context. To promote resilience and allowing the municipal organization to work to reduce flooding and other neighborhood impacts. Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? It is approved. DC3, resolution to order election and determine ballot question for amendment of section 14.3 of the city charter related to best value purchasing, moved by Councilmember Iyer, seconded by Councilmember Redina. Discussion, please, of DC3. Councilmember Iyer.
Thank you. I'm really excited about bringing this forward tonight. This proposed charter amendment for the November ballot is going to greatly improve the way our city evaluates and awards construction contracts for infrastructure projects. Currently, our city charter requires that each contract for public improvements or for supplies or materials shall be let to the lowest responsible bidder. In the months I've been on council, it's become apparent that this charter provision is actually preventing the city from fully implementing the responsible contractor policy that was passed by council last year. So this provision needs to be changed if we want the RCP to work as intended. The responsible contractor policy is supposed to give city staff a framework for gathering important information from bidders regarding skills and training of workers, quality of work, safety of job sites, and more. Unfortunately, staff has no authority to actually consider the information that is gathered due to the current charter language. For example, a bidder might answer the RCP questions by saying they don't participate in a registered apprenticeship program, their supervisory personnel don't have certain skills, and they don't provide healthcare or retirement benefits to workers. And they still can be awarded the contract as long as they're the lowest responsible bidder. That's because in order to be deemed responsible, all they have to do is answer the questions. The answers themselves are not evaluated because the charter doesn't allow it. So the RCP in its current form is useless. That's why I'm proposing this charter amendment, which changes lowest responsible bidder to bidder who provides the best value to the city. This will allow the city to use our responsible contractor policy to determine which bidder provides the best value. And why does any of this matter? Look no further than the 3 sewage spills that we had on Main Street that made it into the Huron River this year. At least 2 of the spills have been determined to be the fault of the contractor hired by the city for the sewer lining project. This contractor was selected for the project simply because they submitted the cheapest bid, not because they were necessarily the best qualified. Ann Arbor deserves better. Working people also deserve better than what some of these contractors provide. If we truly believe that working people deserve safe job sites, equitable treatment, family health care, and a dignified retirement, then we need to back up our words with action. As a city, we should support contractors who live up to our values. In the long run, we all benefit from having higher quality work on our basic infrastructure, done right the first time. And we all benefit from supporting companies that don't collect wealth at the top, but rather share it with their workers through better training, better pay, and better benefits. This best value charter amendment will allow the city to make smart, informed decisions about who to hire for construction projects. With the charter amendment, city staff will finally be able to use the information gathered under the responsible contractor policy to score bids and determine which contractor provides the best value to the city.
Councilmember Adina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to Councilmember Iyer for bringing this forward. You know, 3 times, as Councilmember Iyer mentioned, 3 times since I've joined council, the lowest bidder has been involved in a sewage spill in our community. At least 2 of those times were deemed to be the fault of that bidder. The lowest bidder often does not participate in critical apprenticeship programs that offer employees more on-the-job training and expert skills in their field. The lowest bidder often only provides a living wage and good benefits to their employees for the duration of specific projects here in Ann Arbor, and but not year-round. I've previously heard Councilmember Iyer mention that the analogy of purchasing a car. And when purchasing a car, we don't just search for the cheapest option, but we expect top-of-the-line safety features. We expect we consider the impact on our environment, and we don't want something that is going to immediately break down or require constant maintenance or fixes. We look for the best value. Those are considerations that we should make for our city and our community when choosing government contractors as well. Fiscal responsibility is critically important, and it is not fiscally responsible to automatically select the lowest bid without regard to the quality, safety, and value of the work being done, especially if there are costly mistakes that set the project back, damage our environment, or require us to redo the work. I am proud to support this charter amendment. I am grateful to join. I'm already a co-sponsor, and I think it's time that we move forward by amending the charter to fully implement our responsible contractor policy and select bidders based on the best value for the city. Thank you.
For my part, I'm delighted that this is coming before us as a body, and I'm so pleased and grateful for Councilmember Iyer's leadership on this issue. It's something that I know that she cares about and is focused on, for some time now. We have an obligation to provide value to the community and the work that we do. And what this amendment will do, if it passes here tonight, placed on the ballot, then passed by the voters, it'll enable us to do that. It'll enable councils present and future to make judgments about what constitutes a value to our community, and then to implement that in the course of purchasing. It will mean that we'll be able to take proper account to cost, but also proper account to quality. And right now our hands are tied, and what this amendment will do is it will enable us to have that flexibility to do what's best, to make the choice that's best for our constituents. Councilmember Amlawi.
Thank you. I got a couple questions here. I mean, I'm all about taking things to the voter on many issues, and sometimes I don't succeed on that wish. Is there anything currently that's going to be voted on this November? Because the cost of holding a special election and is quite substantial. And low turnout, low voter turnout, having decisions made in off years and with low voter turnout isn't ideal for persons like me. Could somebody answer that? I'm not sure if anyone's here who can. And then I got another question on something as well, or a comment at least. Is there anyone here? City clerk, perhaps?
Yeah. Jackie, are you able to answer that question for the council member?
Yes, I can. There is currently not anything scheduled on the November 2021 ballot.
So this would be the only thing. I just really have heartburn over holding a special election over something like this. I think the discretion of awarding contracts is still in the purview of council. We just have to do our homework a little bit more and ask more questions. But to hold a special election on this one issue doesn't seem prudent, doesn't have a high voter turnout. I just have problems with holding special elections with low voter turnout.
Councilmember Briggs.
Thanks. appreciate Councilmember Romalawi's kind of concerns around the holding a special election. That was one of my concerns as well, though I think that this is a pretty powerful and important issue for our community for the reasons that Councilmember Iyer stated and cited with regards to the sewage spills we've had. I do have a couple of questions, perhaps for Mr. Wilhelm. One, I was wondering if you could speak a little bit to the problem of kind of operating the way, not putting this on the ballot essentially and voting on it, sort of if you were able to speak at all to sort of the challenges of using more of a rubric-based system. And then also I was just kind of curious as well, just to clarify this in terms of value, this opens the door for being able to consider other values like having a minority-owned businesses being a value of ours, or values such as that as well. Correct.
Right. So under the current charter language, it is the lowest responsible bidder, and the responsible component is, as was described, it's relatively binary in that all of your bidders could be responsible. It's a fairly low threshold. Do they have the capacity to do the work? In July of 2020, that ordinance was amended to try and get at some different criteria to determine responsibility, which is aimed at implementing the responsible contractor policy, which is aimed more at value, but yet the charter language does not allow and restricts the city from really sifting and weighing and placing more weight on certain of those factors under the current language. And this language, if approved, would open up to a more of an RFP process where the city could better define what it's really looking for, weigh those criteria, and come and provide a recommendation for the best value to the city presented by the recommended bidder.
Great, thanks. I request being added as a sponsor on this resolution as well. Thanks to Councilmember Iyer and others for working so hard on this.
Councilmember Hayner.
Thanks. A couple questions, a quick statement, a couple questions. When I read the resolution that we're about to vote on, it seems to me that it has the potential to remove the neutrality of what you might consider like what folks who view purchasing from a distance might say is sort of like a blind sealed bid. It sounds like, and I don't know if this is a correct interpretation, but it sounds like we'll put out a bid and then we open them all up and then we say, well, okay, now let's see which one of these people who is in this price range that's acceptable to us also adds these values. And so these values in the resolution are examples such as, and so that means it's not all these examples. And we've just said that there's some others that aren't even listed here. And so I guess my concern is when you talk about like, ethical procurement, they talk about the suggestion for ethical procurement is, maintaining confidentiality of all the bidders, right? And so, but they also want, from the public view, to enhance transparency of the transactions. And so, wouldn't it just be a situation where we would better craft our bid documents to say, you got to be these types of vendors, this is what we're looking for under the current rules, and get the same kind of results without putting the vagueness of, hey, we're going to assign some value to these companies. It just, I'm concerned about the notion that it might create the consideration for people viewing it from the outside that there is some kind of bias being applied after the fact of the bids being accepted and opened. And so as a person who doesn't do, procurement like this, where I'm bidding at a state level sometimes, I know we use state, other bidders to bid for vehicles and things sometimes, how would the process be changed by this? Is that what would that be part of the process? We'd open all the bids and then we'd come back and assign value to some of them and then decide who to put forward. Is that how it would go down if this change was adopted by the voters? I don't know who would answer that, but I mean, Mr. Huppy or somebody or in purchasing, it would seem to me that there are considerations that there might be, somebody might have, purposefully or otherwise have their thumb on the scale for one vendor or another, and the city might get into trouble.
Mr. Wilhelm or Mr. Thomas, are you able to answer questions about how that actual process might change?
Yeah, I can try and answer that. So in the response to the agenda questions, the purchasing agent indicated that if passed and approved by the voters, there would be a team put together to evaluate how to implement this. And just to give you an example, your concern is valid. And in the RFP process currently used by the city, the rubric for the weight of the criteria is set before the bids are received or the proposals are received. So it's not an after the fact post hoc weighing of those factors. You would try to set up a uniform, consistent rubric whereby you would evaluate various criteria, which are your best value criteria, and then assign certain weights, and you would have those weights set ahead of time. So there would be an existing set hopefully objective set of criteria that you would evaluate those proposals against, and then make your recommendation for best value based on those responses.
Councilmember Edina.
Thank you, and thank you to Mr. Wilhelm for covering some of what I was going to say already. So I did want to respond to the kind of suggestion that we could do this right now, and that we just need to use some more discretion and kind of think through some of these contracts more. And I think the challenge that we are trying to overcome is that we can't do that right now. The responsibility portion of, because we are tied to the lowest responsible bidder, responsible becomes binary. A contractor is responsible or they are not. And so if we were to deem a contractor responsible because they were actually the best value, or they were the best option on one of the projects, later on we could not actually deem someone more responsible because we previously deemed that other bidder or contractor responsible by accepting their bid. And so if they are lower and somebody else provides more value to the city, we can't select them because we are tied to the lowest bidder and we've already deemed that contractor responsible previously. And so unless something dramatic has changed, we can't actually use that discretion. And that's something that we want to do. We want to actually be able to implement the council policy that was set by the responsible contractor policy. And Mr. Wilhelm did a really good job of kind of explaining, I think, the vision, which is that we as council would be able to set a scoring rubric. We would be able to weight the things that provide most value. That would be public, and that would be something we would do on the front end, so that when those things come in, it's a pretty easy scoring system that demonstrates who comes out as the best value based on those criteria. And so I think that's the purpose that we're trying to get at here, so that the values that we have implemented in policy can actually be implemented in reality, because right now we are restricted by the way the charter is currently written.
Councilmember Grand.
I'd like to thank the co-sponsors. It's unfortunate when the charter prevents us from actualizing our values because it's overly restrictive, and this is one of those unfortunate cases where, I think this will be relatively uncontroversial in terms of, I hope, in terms of going to voters. So it's almost in many ways unfortunate that it has to, because I don't anticipate there being a lot of disagreement in the community on wanting to get the best value in our, particularly related to infrastructure. And there are some end arounds that we can use in some smaller projects, but not in this. And I never want, I never want it to be left to who's sitting at the council table in terms, to be able to count on working an end around on every project. I want us to, have quality. And I really think that this is important in terms of, these are, we know we have some pipes in the ground that are, 80, 100 years old. So if we're thinking about kinds of projects that are meant to have value long after we're gone in utility, it's really essential and worth thinking seriously about those investments. So I'm thrilled to support this. And I think there are going to be some other things on the ballot, so I think that's going to be okay.
Councilmember Nelson.
Thank you. I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor, but just as a technical question. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank Councilmember Edina for his clear explanation of this. And also, I'm curious what we anticipate as the process for building that rubric. Maybe Mr. Wilhelm, you have an answer around whether that is likely to be a purely policy question that council is sort of cooking up, or is it something that staff is likely to provide input on? I'm just sort of curious about that.
I would expect, well, two parts to that. The RCP is currently embodied. There are many criteria contained in the definition of responsible bidder currently. However, the charter restrains us on doing a more weighted, value-based or subjective discretionary decision-making process with the answers to those criteria. So some of those criteria and maybe others would be incorporated into the rubric. And I would point to the current RFP process where there is some discretion to evaluate those criteria, but within the objective framework, and then weight is given, which is kind of that discretionary component. And that is currently how the RFP process works. And that is oftentimes laid out for council in the resolutions recommending a contract for award.
I appreciate that, and that was actually one of my agenda questions that I didn't feel like I got a very clear answer on, because I do appreciate that we use a significant amount of wiggle room, and some of the questions that are raised here, we already weight RFPs based on our experience with the contractor or their past success with contracts with the city. I think I interrupted Mr. Fournier. You were going to say something.
I think, Councilmember, I may have interrupted you, so my apologies. But I was just going to add on to what Mr. Wilhelm said, that when we go out to competitive bid on an RFP, oftentimes while the criteria for each RFP is published in advance so that the bidders are aware of it, oftentimes the specific criteria change from contract to contract depending on the city's need. So there are certain things that are included in every RFP by city ordinance, and then there may be other criteria depending on the service that might be added to the RFP in advance. So to answer the question, I think that it's a friendly mix of both policy setting and administrative need.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Councilmember Griswold.
If this were to pass in November, when would staff be ready to implement it?
I don't know, but we could ask that question and try and get an answer.
Oh, okay. And the reason I'm asking that question is that I am concerned about a November election if this is the only item, especially with COVID cases increasing again. So I'm just wondering if we can do some of the work now to prepare and reach 90% of our goal through other means with the bid process and bring this to the public with the next time we have an election.
I would offer that, yes, we would want to do, if this gets on the ballot, we would want to do some of that work ahead of time, regardless of the outcome of the election. In addition, there is a contract cycle. So the construction season, those bids are set out for bid early in the year. So we would have, we would ideally have that 60 to 90-day window to set the rubric, kind of implement the policy, and include that information in the bids that go out and try and work through how it's implemented. So it is doable. I would think the letting of those spring construction contracts would be the objective, have it in place and workable for that set of contracts.
Oh, okay, great. And so if we didn't do it in November, if it wasn't brought before the public for a vote, we would lose a whole construction season if it was delayed until, say, a spring election date.
Yes, yes, okay. That was part of the learning curve that we had this spring was as we went through that heavy contract period, we discovered some of the shortcomings of the RCP policy and the way it's been implemented. And I think that's led to this particular proposed amendment to the charter.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Councilmember Hayner.
And just reading the language that would be on the ballot, I'm just wondering if, if a discerning voter knows what a best value is versus the lowest responsible bidder. It seems like we're asking a lot of the voter to understand that we have, lowest responsible bidder. What does that mean? I mean, they're going to have to look, do they understand our procurement process now? I don't know. I guess the thing I'm having the most problem with is the vagueness of the language. I'm not going to move to change it, but it doesn't strike me as super informative to the voter. I guess I'll just say that.
Councilmember Song.
It seems to me this work aligns with what's already happening at the county when the county passed their responsible contractor policy last summer. And if that's the case and it saves us from redoing projects that are expensive and over again, I'd be supportive of that. So if I can be a sponsor, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Councilmember Griswold.
Please add me as a co-sponsor.
Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Briggs.
Councilmember Briggs,
Yes.
Councilmember Mlawi,
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner,
No.
Councilmember Dish,
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold,
Yes.
Councilmember Song,
Yes.
Councilmember Grand,
Yes.
Councilmember Medina,
Yes.
Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer,
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson,
Yes.
motion carries.
DC6, resolution to approve proposed search timeline, talent rubric, and general process for City of Ann Arbor City Attorney job posting, moved by Councilmember Grand, seconded by Councilmember Mlawi. Discussion, please, of DC6. Mr. Postma, do you have Ms.
Consultant cell is being moved over. I believe the city clerk is moving her over, and she will be joining us shortly.
Thank you. Councilmember Medina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had a really brief question, hopefully, about the public input process. I believe it was kind of in the second to last step there of the timeline, and I was hoping to get a little bit more clarity on if we know already what that might look like, or if that's something that's still going to be developed, and what impact public input would have on the process.
So I think I was in limbo a little bit when I was moved in. I didn't get the first part of that question, if it was directed to me.
Yeah, I was just wondering a little bit more about the public input process that I believe was in, and I'm trying to pull it back up here, the kind of second to last step of the timeline. And if you had a vision already for what that might look like, what impact public input would have on the process, and what we would do with that information when we receive it.
Sure. So there would be public input. The interviews with council would be public. There would also be an opportunity to post additional information on the website, such as resumes or videos. And input could be gathered through like a Google survey. And the survey results could be provided to council, along with the results of the staff and direct reports and council interviews, so that you would have all that body of information to make a determination.
And I know that previously we've talked about potentially, like during the hiring process, occasionally some of these candidates would do like community town halls and things like that, because the city attorney position is inward facing, more so than community facing, like a chief or something like that. Would we intend to do that kind of public engagement as well, or are we thinking just around kind of listening to the videos and paying attention to the interviews and then having people submit their input that way?
Yeah, I got feedback from a variety of options, but because it is an internal facing role versus other roles that are more external facing, The preference has generally been to focus on staff's input, the leadership team's input, and then obviously council's input. But obviously to involve the community members and allow them to have input as well.
Further discussion? Councilmember Hayner.
So this approval of this whole package, this is approving the ad, the rubric, the whole thing. Is that, am I understand that correct? The resolution, everything that's bound up in here. So this ad about City Attorney Ann Arbor, Michigan, that's going to be run, that's part, we're approving that also, right? Is part of this?
Yes.
Okay, I just checking. It says progressive in it 6 times. It must be good, right?
Councilmember Amlawi.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thanks to Amy Sell for her help in this and part of the process and the admin committee, and feel comfortable and supportive of this, obviously, and just wanted to extend my thanks helping us shepherd this in a professional way.
Further discussion? I'd like to echo my thanks to you, Ms. Zell, and all those who work with you. And also to, of course, Mr. Postma, who's played a helpful role.
Yeah. And I'd like to thank the council and staff and leadership team members for their very thoughtful input into the documents and the plan. It's been a big team effort.
Further discussion? All in favor? Opposed? It's approved. EC7, resolution to make investigative report public and to direct actions to work to conclude Mr. Crawford's employment as the city administrator. Moved by Councilmember Grand, seconded by Councilmember Iyer. Discussion, please, of DC7. I'd like to step in very briefly with just some short comments on this. By way of background, in May, I became aware of staff concerns regarding a number of then alleged statements by the administrator. I met to discuss this matter with the city attorney and the administrator, and the administrator authorized an outside investigation. Council received that investigation report in June, and if this proposal passes, the report will be public along with, on the agenda, relevant human resources policies and practices. In addition, if the resolution passes, the city attorney will be tasked with working through an orderly transition. And for my part, I intend to leave the details of that discussion, both regarding the report and the details of the transition, which are inchoate, to another day. During this time, during this difficult time, the work of the city will continue, and I want to make sure that's emphasized for both staff and for members of the public. We're fortunate, and I am so grateful for our dedicated and talented staff up and down the line who come to work every single day to support each other in the workplace and to improve basic services and enhance quality of life for every member of the community. I mean, I have confidence that we and staff, colleagues, and members of the public too will continue to work together to do the good work in Ann Arbor that needs and ought to be done. Councilmember Griswold.
I'd like to move to split the question and into 2 resolutions. One would be to make the investigative report public, and it would be the exact same language that was in the original resolution, but it would add another resolve clause that was recommended by Councilmember Ramlawi, and that is resolved that the city administrator's response to the investigative report be made public at the same time as the investigative report, with appropriate privacy and other redactions by the city attorney. And the reason I'm moving to split the question is I think it adds greater transparency, and it makes it very clear that there are 2 decision points that we're making. And the second part of this, which is a resolution to direct action to work to conclude Mr. Crawford's employment as a city administrator, I believe that stands on its own, and to include that in the same resolution referring to a report that has not yet been made public add some unnecessary lack of transparency, for any better term. And given that there are definitely two phrases connected with the "and," I'm moving to split the question. And I've shared this information with Jackie Beaudry.
And so what is the split? So the split is to take out.
I forwarded Mayor. Oh,
That been forwarded? My apologies. Thank
Mayor,
you.
I forwarded both resolutions.
Very good.
And yeah, the wording is the same except for the additional resolve clause. I would like to thank the Attorney's Office and specifically Christopher Frost for an amazingly fast turnaround on this. It was a matter of minutes. And council should have both of those resolutions now. And my preference would be, if this passes, to consider the resolution to make investigative report public as the first resolution to be considered.
Is there a second to the motion to divide? Councilmember O'Malley. Is that friendly to the body? For my part, I'm willing to conclude that to be friendly. Does anyone have any objection to that? Let's take the resolution with respect to labeled "Make Report Public," and just for the public's record, that includes a resolved clause of that the investigative report be dated June 29, and it includes the text read by Councilmember Griswold. Resolved that the city administrator's response to the investigative report be made public at the same time as the investigative report, with appropriate privacy and/or other redactions by the city attorney. On the queue, I'm
Mayor,
sorry.
Mayor, I need some clarification on that additional redactions as to the response by Mr. Crawford. I'm not aware of any. Are they asking me to make those redactions of the city administrator's responses? That raises some concern to me, because I've not heard of any redactions requested by the city administrator, and it's his document.
I guess I would, for my part, and you know, the body can correct me on that. The language says appropriate privacy or other redactions by the city attorney. If in your judgment you had a communication with the administrator and made coordinated with him to affect redactions as necessary, then that would be acceptable to me. If you declined and he declined, then that would be acceptable as well. It's really as appropriate, leaving to the two of you.
Okay.
Is that clear?
Yes, I don't find the direction, though, to leave it in my discretion alone. So it would have to really come from him.
From the two of you, that's correct. Does anyone? Let's roll with the discussion of that motion then. Councilmember O'Malley.
Thank you. I come to this discussion with a heavy heart. It's been very difficult in the last 24 hours as this all came to council members about 4 o'clock yesterday. And I have a lot of thoughts in my head, and I just appreciate Council Member Griswold's suggestion to split these into two questions, as I do believe they deserve that consideration. They are connected, but not as connected as the original resolution had suggested. And I would like to be added as a sponsor in the first of the two. And I appreciate the work of Christopher Frost and getting us this in a timely manner, considering the prior resolution was only placed on the agenda at 4 o'clock yesterday, or was at least brought to our attention just 24 hours ago. So I'll have perhaps more to say, but that's all I can say at this point. Thank you.
Councilmember Grant.
Thank you. I guess my only concern in the, in the inclusion of the response is to, I think it's incredibly important that we put the focus of this conversation on the organization this evening. And, I'll agree with Councilor Mullin. This has been like some of the most difficult weeks that I've ever experienced at the city. I just want to ensure, I guess, to Mr. Postema's question, or, perhaps Mr. Fajardo could be helpful in that if there is anything within that response that I don't believe there is, but we just want to make sure that we protect the privacy of other employees within the organization, and that's just my only concern.
Absolutely. That's why I asked the clarification, is to stress the concern I would have on that, but also to highlight we will do whatever the council asks in those terms. I understand it, but I am not aware of it at this point. So.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it.
Further discussion? Councilmember Griswold.
I'd like to be listed as a co-sponsor, and I would like to second what Councilmember Grant said. It's very important that our first priority is the health of the organization. Absolutely. And these have been very difficult times, financial challenges, all of the challenges with COVID. And so it's very important that we focus on the health of the organization. Thank you.
Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Briggs.
Councilmember Briggs?
Yes.
Councilmember Omlawi?
Yes.
Councilmember Hayner?
Yes.
Councilmember Dish?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Song?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Medina?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson? Yes. Motion carries.
As a matter of procedure, do we need to remove conclude employment, Mr. Postma? Is that considered already moved and seconded? Or perhaps Ms. Beaudry, perhaps you know as well.
Mayor, I will, I'm working on that right now in Legistar. I'll split the two resolutions so that this vote is on just the release of the document.
Okay, so we move and second. We need a move and a second on the next resolution as well.
Yes.
Thank you. Substitute resolution entitled Conclude Employment, moved by Councilmember Dish, seconded by Councilmember Iyer. Discussion, please, of the substitute resolution. Councilmember Nelson.
Mr. Crawford has devoted nearly 20 years of his career to the city of Ann Arbor. We have many data points on a very long timeline to understand who Mr. Crawford is personally and professionally. Fundamentally, he is a collaborator, willing to hear people out and consider differing points of view. His commitment to diversity, inclusion, and equity is an extension of his values and his optimism. Mr. Crawford creates opportunities for people to be heard. He believes that we move forward by listening to each other. The report that will be publicized includes careless and insensitive phrases excerpted out of larger conversations among a very small subset of our city staff. This report is not who he is, and yet Mr. Crawford accepts responsibility for it. Mr. Crawford's response to this report is exactly who he is, a leader who holds himself accountable and focuses on the needs of his team. At every point in conversation about the report, Mr. Crawford has emphasized that the feelings of his staff are most important. He has resisted invitations to offer explanation or excuses because he felt that doing so would diminish the feelings of others. He has made mistakes and owned them. He has prioritized the needs of others ahead of himself. He asked for a dialogue with city leaders and staff to craft solutions. We have rejected that dialogue. The message we send tonight is that there is no recovery from mistakes. We will not learn from mistakes or learn from each other. I believe this is the wrong message and it is not progress. Some of us have points of reference, points of comparison for how Mr. Crawford has performed this job. I want to thank Mr. Crawford for his inclusive leadership of our city. I want to thank him for his optimism in the face of obstacles, his commitment to hearing and understanding different opinions, and his sincere collaboration with every single member of this elected body. Mr. Crawford has resisted ugly political dynamics, invited a range of perspectives to the table, looked for common ground, and treated everyone with respect. He stood up for the rule of law when others didn't. Wherever Mr. Crawford goes next, we'll be lucky to have him. Our city suffers a serious loss in saying goodbye. Thank you.
Further discussion? Councilmember Omloi.
That's a hard act to follow. I'll try to do my best. Thank you, Councilmember Nelson, for putting it so eloquently. It's been a very sad time to be a council member, be a part of these discussions. I know that there was a lot of optimism a year ago when we entered an agreement of employment with Mr. Crawford to become the new city administrator. He had the buy-in and the respect of a very divided council. He won the support unanimously and soon hit the ground running, because shortly after that, we were engulfed in a global pandemic. He worked tirelessly, 24 hours, 7 days a week. There wasn't a call that wasn't responded to, a concern that wasn't addressed, consideration, compassion, and quite frankly, I felt treated as an equal. And as a person of color, I often don't feel that way. I often don't feel like I'm being treated as an equal. And against the political odds that I face, I managed to be respected and treated in ways that I hadn't had before, where my opinions counted, my perspective mattered. There was something to learn from a dissenting point of view, a minority, somebody different. And I'm just saddened that it's come to this, and you know, just as my colleague said, the response to the report was somebody of great character who accepted responsibility, admitted to his faults, and was planning to do whatever it took and whatever this council wanted to make things right. But we no longer live and work and operate in a culture and a society that gives second chances. It's one and done. And I don't know if that's the best way that we go forward and we heal and we benefit as a society. And I'm not sure who we're gonna get who is perfect and will never make any mistakes. I'm just saddened by today's decision that's being brought on.
Councilmember Song.
Since we have our HR director and attorney Radaba here, who is our HR attorney, correct? Can both of you speak to what our policies are, our discrimination policies, as well as our code of conduct, and how they've been interpreted in the past when it comes to managing staff at the managerial level?
Councilmember Song, I think just to note, we have provided, the HR director has provided a staff memo that was attached to this. And so I think that certainly covers the policies and procedures. And so I just wanted to remind you of that. I know that got published. And as far as any individual cases or other things, those things are, I don't think you're asking for those things. And so I don't know if you're asking historically or for current with Mr. Wahardo here, but I'll let them respond.
Tom, you want to start?
Yeah, sure. If I could just get further clarification, did you want our historical information, or what would be the typical practice?
The typical practice.
Yeah, sure. So it would be consistent with all the city's policies and practices. And my normal practice would be to conduct a thorough investigation of all the claims, prepare a report, or have an outside investor conduct that report or investigation. If the report, substantiated discriminatory comments or conduct, I'd be concerned about those policy violations, what harm to individuals, that discriminatory practices, derogatory practices, comments, any damage to the city as an organization, for example, in the areas of morale, staff retention and recruiting, and other related issues. I would look at all of those, the different areas there and find out the scope. But my general practice would be concerning substantiated discriminatory comments would be to recommend to terminate employment immediately. Though this could be, effectuated by either a way of resignation or separation agreement in addition to the termination. And also, depending on the initial investigation, I would conduct any additional investigations in order to better understand if there's further or additional concerns beyond the issues that were subject of the initial investigation. So I'd probably take it a step further as well. But that hopefully that answers your question. If not, I can go into more detail.
Councilmember Briggs.
Thank you for that response. I want to confirm that Attorney Radabot didn't have anything else that.
Oh, my apologies.
No, I think it was covered by Tom. From a historical perspective, consistent with what Tom's practice is, we've taken a historically strong stance against substantiated complaints in this area.
Thank you. For my part, I think everybody has spoken to the sadness and the heavy hearts that we feel this evening. This is, I think, something that none of us, a place that none of us had hoped to be. I certainly value Mr. Crawford's many years of service with the organization. But based on our organizational policies, past practices, and fundamentally what we expect out of senior leadership, the report that is released will suggest that those actions were not reflective of the city's values or conducive to developing an inclusive workplace. It's important that folks have the opportunity to for transparency's sake, to read through this. I know that this is moving. We received advice, legal advice and HR advice last Thursday, and it is our responsibility to act on that.
Councilmember Grant.
I believe Councilmember Iyer was in front of me.
Councilmember Iyer.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Wahardo, for the clear explanation that was also included in our packet as a late addition. I really would encourage anyone who's interested in really reading through that and digesting what Mr. Wahardo said to look that up on the website. I know that's available along with the agenda as part of, I believe it is, or maybe I should ask the question. Is it included now in the Q&A as a staff response?
Ms. Beaudry?
The additional report that came out this afternoon is listed on the agenda as item AC3 from the city administrator.
Okay, thank you. It's the key here is, that we have to follow city policy. We have to follow city precedent. And this is hard, but it's hard for the people. I want to take a moment to center the folks on our staff who came forward and spoke about these things. As hard as any of this has been for any of us sitting here, let's just, I want to make sure that the focus is on righting harms and making sure that we can move forward as a city. When the report comes out, I think, it'll be a lot. It should be, I hope it should be clear to folks in the community what happened.
Councilmember Hayner.
Oh, I actually did want to speak.
I'm going.
Grand was next.
Councilmember Grand.
Thank you. I hope that the tone of this conversation and what I've heard from my colleagues speaks to the fact that this was an unwelcome but deliberative process. We've had other conversations about difficult topics. It's been easier because in those cases it seemed malicious or there was intent to harm. And in this case, I truly don't believe that there was an ounce of that. And there was a willingness to take responsibility. There was a willingness to acknowledge the harm. But the policies we have are there, and we have to think about ensuring that this organization is a welcome and comfortable place for everyone now and into the future. I want to acknowledge all of the staff, especially those who helped take us through those conversations that no one really wanted to have, right? Because there are no wins here. This definitely isn't about none of us wanted this. And so I want to acknowledge everyone here at this table, because I know it's been an incredibly difficult couple of weeks. And there's just been a lot of pain, and I'm sorry that we're all going through that.
Councilmember Hayner.
Well, I'll just say I want to thank Mr. Crawford for his service and his extraordinary financial acumen. We have a council that continues to fail to rein in the structural budget deficits that Mr. Crawford has been warning us about for years, year after year. How many times has he saved our city from financial ruin? I mean, there is no one who has the big picture planning, attention to detail, forward thinking in a way that, an unusual thinking. He had solutions for us. He always had solutions. Just in spite of us, he had solutions. And so thank you for that. I'm not going to support this.
Councilmember Griswold.
I also want to thank Tom Crawford, especially for his leadership. We are seeing that in the process that's unfolding now. Tom Crawford always placed the organization first. He always looked for ways to improve the organization, to set goals, to bring out the best in all of his employees. And at this point, I simply want to respect his decision and acknowledge that he will be sorely missed, and wherever he goes in the future, that organization will be very, very fortunate. So again, he epitomized a true leader. Thank you.
Councilmember Umlai.
Thank you. I just will continue to echo some of the statements that have been made in the sense of the type of leader Mr. Crawford exhibited during the pandemic. We had a evaluation by staff on his performance and his response to COVID, and it was clear unanimously that he did an exceptional job in protecting his staff, caring for the employees and the welfare, communicating, and the fact is, what's in that report is not the person who he is. And I will echo the sentiments that he will be sorely missed. I appreciate the 18 or so years he's given to the city, and that big parts of the community are going to feel a big loss in years to come. And that wherever he goes, I wish him well, and I know he's going to succeed, and whoever gets him is lucky to have him. And I won't be supporting this tonight. Thank you.
Councilmember Adina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would echo that. I think this has been a really challenging few weeks for a lot of folks. I think this isn't a decision that any of us ever want to have to make. It's not a position that any of us ever want to be in. And unfortunately, here we are. I similar to Councilmember Iyer, want to kind of center some of the staff. One of our responsibilities in directly overseeing the top two staff positions here in the city is a responsibility to ensure that there is a safe and inclusive workplace for all of our staff, and that is in the best interest of the organization. It's in the best interest of our community, and I want to commend the courage of the staff members who did come forward and share their stories. It is an incredibly challenging thing to do, to come forward and confront situations when again the person that you may be sharing concerns about is your boss or your boss's boss, and that can be a really hard thing to do. And I think it's important for us to take this action tonight, to follow the guidance from our HR policies and from our city's strict policies on this, to ensure that we continue to ensure that our staff feel comfortable doing that. When these things occur, we need to know about them. We shouldn't force staff back into hiding about things that might happen on this. And so I want to echo Councilmember Iyer's comments that I think it's important to recognize how challenging this is for the staff members as well. And I hope that I agree with Councilmember Grand. I think this was certainly difficult, and I appreciate the accountability that Mr. Crawford is willing to take by holding himself accountable and to the same standards that we would hold other employees. And I hope that as we move forward, we will continue to facilitate a culture that is safe and inclusive of our staff, but is also reflective of our values as a community. And I guess that's all I'll say on this. But thank you for the time.
Councilmember Griswold.
I believe that the information in the report is definitely an outlier of the performance that we have seen over almost 2 decades with Tom Crawford. And I want to make it very, very clear that the city of Ann Arbor has had problems And by changing one position within the organization, there will be little improvement, and there is a tremendous amount of work ahead. And as someone who has been involved with the city since 1995, I'll just say that there is a long history of issues, and that I challenge this council and senior management to truly address the problems that exist within the organization. And I'm not even going to assign names to them, because that would be to minimize the problems. Thanks.
Further discussion? Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Dish.
Roll calls with Councilmember Briggs, correct?
My earnest apologies. Thank you. Roll call, please, on the motion to facilitate separation, starting with Councilmember Briggs. My apologies.
Councilmember Briggs?
Yes.
Councilmember Amlawi?
No.
Councilmember Hayner?
No.
Councilmember Dish?
Yes.
Councilmember Griswold?
Yes.
Councilmember Song?
Yes.
Councilmember Grand?
Yes.
Councilmember Medina?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Councilmember Iyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Nelson?
No.
Motion carries.
Mr. Postman, do we have a closed session today?
Mayor, we do not have a closed session.
We have before us the clerk's report of communications, petitions, and referrals. May I have a motion, please, to approve the clerk's report? Moved by Councilmember Dish, second by Councilmember Medina. Discussion of the clerk's report. All in favor? Opposed? Clerk's report is approved. Are there communications today from our city attorney?
Mayor, there are no communications tonight.
We now come to public comment general time. Public comment general time is an opportunity for members of the public to speak to council and the community about matters of municipal interest. To speak at public comment general time, one need not have signed up in advance. To speak at public comment general time, please enter the number on your screen, 877-853-5247. 877-853-5247. Once you're connected, please enter meeting ID 942-1273-2148. 942-1273-2148. Once you're connected further, please enter *9 to indicate that you wish to speak. When it is your turn to speak, our clerk will identify you by the last 3 digits of your telephone number. When it is your turn to speak, you'll have 3 minutes in which to speak, so please pay close attention to the time. Our clerk will notify you when 30 seconds are remaining and when your time has expired. When your time has expired, please conclude your remarks and cede the floor. Is there anyone who'd like to speak at public comment?
Caller with the phone number ending in 556. Press *6 to unmute yourself. Go ahead.
Hi, this is Ralph McKee, 5th Ward. I have a couple comments about DC7 and Mr. Crawford. I have a lot of respect for Mr. Crawford. He's obviously done a very, very good job over many years in an objective and relatively non-political way. And I'm very sad to see him go. And I am really almost beside myself, unable to talk, listening to Councilmember Iyer lay on the sanctimony about the importance of supporting staff who report things. In her own career, we see a very different accusation made, pretty much identical to this one, an enabler of serious sexual harassment. And what did she tell those people, according to the victims who talked to the press? Well, toughen up, dress differently. You should be happy for the attention. And we have to listen to her talk about supporting the staff who report things. I am virtually physically ill from that. From the rest of you, I can understand it, but not from her. Number two, to talk about the history and to say that we have this practice of immediate termination, you've got to be kidding me. We had a human resources director that was doing this for 11 years. And everybody said, oh, we didn't know. And here, something happens like this, and okay, they got to go immediately. Now, I may be horrified by what's in the report, so I make no judgment as to that, because we haven't been allowed to see it before you made this decision. So, this decision could be right. It's a real shame to not have some minimal level of transparency for the public to understand what went on here before to even be allowed to comment. That seems fundamentally wrong to me. But anyway, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 604, do you have a comment? Press *6 to unmute yourself. Go ahead.
Hi, everybody. This is Eric Lipson on Rosewood Street in Ann Arbor. And I have to say, for all of the sadness which has been expressed by some council members, I think it rings false in a lot of ways. To take a guy like Tom Crawford, who has served this city for so many years, and to dispatch him with so little process is appalling. Tom Crawford has bailed this city out over and over when various city administrators have left. And I personally, all of my interactions with him have been respectful, and as everyone has said, his overriding motivation is always for the good of this city. And I would say that this decision stinks. You guys ought to do some investigation. I think that's a great idea. I think that you should have some ethics for the city council members, ethics rules. For example, and I'm not making any accusations, but nobody knows who the clients of the mayor are. Are they big developers who are gaining from all of the various upzonings that have happened? We don't know. I think it would be good to investigate that. I think it would be good to make it so that all of the council members have to disclose those kinds of potential conflicts of interest. Did you investigate the council person who is apparently involved with a company that was effectively procuring women and then abusing them in their workplace, claiming that she was an owner of the company only to reverse herself and say, oh, no, I was only a contractor? That sounds like a deception to me that is worthy of investigation and possible sanctions. So let me say one other thing, about the investigation of Mr. Hayner and now Mr. Crawford. Yes, I agree. I made a mistake. I said that the council was probably acting outside their authority but I reversed myself. The power to appoint is the power to disappoint. And I must say that the council and the mayor have done an excellent job of disappointing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 231, do you have a comment? Go ahead.
This is John Williams. I have a statement to make to the city of Ann Arbor. I'm a voter in Ward 1. I've drawn a conclusion here. My conclusion is that Tom Crawford's firing is a retaliation for him doing his job under the law in releasing the FOIA to the press. And if you want to talk about damage, I think this sends a horrible message to city staff. It says, you crossed Taylor, and you're going to be punished severely. And I want to point out something else too. This crucifixion of our city manager is outrageous, because you are tarring this person with this excellent record with the onus of racism. These are trumped up, frivolous charges, and you're destroying this man's reputation after you created a hostile work environment by publicly rebuking him for doing his job. This is outrageous conduct. Now, Mr. Mayor, I would demand, if what I've said is not true, I demand that you make a public statement that this has nothing to do with the FOIA, with Jen's FOIA. I'm demanding it. I want to hear it from you. I want to hear it from your mouth. I don't want to hear thank you for your comment. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 205, do you have a comment?
Yeah, this is Joe Spalding. I'm sorry, I just needed just a second to recover from the thank you, because those always slay me. I have two things that I want to talk about really briefly. The first is voting, and that's the reality is the Republicans in the legislature attempted to push through 39 voter suppression bills. I'm proud of playing an integral part in stymieing a lot of their progress there. I organized a group of 17,000 Michiganders against voter suppression on Facebook, and we were pushing back and forth across the entirety of social media. So that being said, Republicans ended up getting 3 bills through, and they're probably going to get passed by the House and vetoed by the governor. The legislature has a mechanism for circumventing a governor's veto, and we're seeing that with the Unlock Michigan petition. They're able to put a petition in the field, gather signatures, and put it to the legislature, who's able to vote on it, and it doesn't matter what Governor Whitmer does at that point. It becomes the law of the land. The municipalities across the state are going to be asked by organizations that care about our sacred right to vote to pass resolutions proactively encouraging higher voter turnout for whatever that means for the particular municipality. So I encourage conversations with city clerk as well as the Washtenaw County clerk, who's awesome, and just try to figure out if there's some language that you can pre-prep for that, because the better organized that response is, the better we're going to be able to push back against the anti-democratic movement that's taking place across our state in a lot of different forms. So that was the first thing. The second thing I wanted to say is there's a photo circulating on the internet. It very much is seeming like it's the real deal. Somebody who was at a party at Hathaway's Hideaway has confirmed this, and it contains Jeff Painter dressed as a Haitian voodoo priest, wearing full blackface. And this is terrifyingly offensive, especially when given the other rhetoric that's been thrown around. So I want Mr. Hainer to go on the record and confirm or deny that he was wearing that specific outfit. And I know he'll try to say that it wasn't actually blackface, but we know that it was. I want him to confirm or deny if that is him in the picture in 2012 at Hathaway's Hideaway, just so we can clear up all of that confusion. And I mean, it's super important because obviously with his behavior and his words, there's already a question about whether or not BIPOCs feel safe in Ann Arbor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 123, press *6 to unmute yourself. Go ahead.
Yes, previous speakers have mentioned the hypocrisy and the corruption of City Hall and of our mayor. So I'd like to focus on the financial mismanagement. The cost of firing a city administrator and paying $250,000 in severance because that administrator wouldn't play ball with the right people on city council. And now firing Tom Crawford, a man of impeccable character, of impeccable service to this city, over some secret report, some internal investigation that people have pointed out, people who know things that I don't about this council, that there's some other motivations behind this this action. What is going on at that city hall? Who is going to take the job of city administrator to work with this city council, with this mayor? Who are we going to get to replace Tom Crawford, a man, as people have said, who saved the city's finances multiple times? He's stepped up every time he's been asked. I've known Tom for 20 years. I've seen him in multiple settings. He's always a man of character, of fairness, of kindness, of empathy. He's smart, he's incisive. And you're tarnishing this man, you're throwing him out, causing the city to go through another expensive search to try to find somebody who would work with this city council. I'm just disgusted. I voted for the mayor. That was a mistake, apparently. It won't happen again. I will be working to see that anybody who voted for this absurd motion is not reelected. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 534, do you have a comment?
Yes, this is Tom Stallberg calling again from Lowertown. I think it was probably a procedural error tonight to have both items voted on regarding Mr. Crawford. The first item with the report, it was good that you split it, and the first item should have been having the report and his response released prior to you voting on what you're going to do about it. I know you've all made up your mind, and the vote always resides with you and not with the public, but you represent the public. And I think it would have been helpful for the public to have a chance to read both those documents, digest it, have a conversation with you, our representatives, and then have the second vote that you took. I can't speak to whether it was right or wrong because I haven't read either of the two documents. I will say that Mr. Crawford's reputation was astounding. I never heard a bad thing about him. I can't say that there's something I don't know. We're going to have to learn. It's too bad that it didn't come out prior to your second vote tonight. In terms of relative troubles at City Hall, we did have a past city administrator who created a generous early retirement, perhaps too generous early retirement program, and then took it himself. We had another city administrator who lied to the citizens over a sidewalk program that wasn't a sidewalk program. He needed permits from those citizens, and they weren't going to give it to him unless he made some commitments to them. He made the commitments to them, and then he immediately broke the commitments and turned what was supposed to be a sidewalk program into a $1 million boondoggle, a complete street reconstruction, stormwater reinstallation of a street. 90% of the cost was going to those things, and it would have ended up, all the council members have investigated and visited the area and talked to the neighbors on that project, voted against it because they understood what a wreck it was, what a train wreck it was. But the mayor and his team chose to use it politically to demonize individual citizens who were trying to actually get effective safety measures in their neighborhood near their school instead of this boondoggle, which was a road reconstruction and stormwater reconstruction project to create a drop-off for a school that hadn't planned well for its own drop-off. I was in the room, as was Mr. Fournier, as one of maybe at most a dozen people where commitments were made and commitments were broken. I'm happy. Well, I'm not happy. I'm sad. I am sad, but I will go through all the details with any of you that wants to hear it. I know some of you relied on your campaigns to demonize people over the lies about that project. The truth about that project will come out, and Mr. Lazarus, our former city administrator, should easily have been fired for his participation in that. So there was cause. I'm sorry to see this happen to Mr. Crawford.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 936. Press *6 to unmute yourself if you have a comment. Go ahead.
Hello, this is Violin Monster once again, and tonight, what's on my mind, and I'd like this to be a challenge to Jeff Hayner to please tell us what you know. I found some social media comments that you made saying, how about that misleading headline, folks? The Hayner recall was not discussed at all during the meeting. I think we are putting too much faith in college students to deliver accurate news. And then someone responded to you, I am supporting the student journalists. They do a great job. I don't know who did the headline, don't obsess. In which you responded, if you knew what I know about what is influencing reporting at the Michigan Daily, you would be skeptical too. You're an elected official, dude. Do you know what the First Amendment is? I mean, you repeatedly, again and again, I've been watching you for 2 years, again and again and again and again, attack journalists, attack the free press that covers that covers you, and when you don't like what they say. This sounds like a conspiracy theory. You know, what reasons would you have for not telling us what you know about who or what is influencing reporting at the Michigan Daily? Now, when I was in college, I worked for my college newspaper too, and it was a tremendous source of pride. And no one influenced us. We would do stories about the administration saying, fuck you guys, you know. We would write what we wanted, and we could. It was entirely student driven, and the Michigan Daily especially has earned national acclaim and has been holding the university accountable, following many stories and scandals, and somehow has also devoted some
3 seconds.
Journalistic resources to covering city council as well, and has come out with incredible coverage that is not paywalled. So please, if one of my beloved news sources is so corrupted, please tell us what exactly is going on with that. Otherwise, you know, you got nothing. And also, resign.
Thank you.
Mayor, I don't see any other callers with their hands up.
Is there anyone else who'd like to speak at public comment? Seeing no one, public comment is closed. Are there other communications from council? Councilmember Griswold.
I'd just like to state that I voted with the majority tonight on the new DC 8 to reserve the right to revote after the public has had an opportunity to comment. I'm somewhat troubled by the speed at which this transpired and the lack of an opportunity for the public to actually read the report and comment. So I haven't decided yet, but I think it's very important that we listen to our constituents, and that has not happened. Thank you.
Further communication from council. Councilmember Hayner.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. And for all the callers who always call in and ask me to resign, I'll just let the residents of Ward 1 know that I would not do that to you. I would not let the majority of this city council appoint someone to replace me. And I think we've seen why tonight. Now, if I can step over to some other topic, I just, we have these folks who are very, very passionate in their pursuit of their considerations that the United States gives a lot of money to Israel, and they call up and they call us all kinds of things, and I think they're right about some of the things they say. They are absolutely right about many of the things they say. But again, if you look at this screen in front of you, folks, how many people on this screen are going to support a resolution calling for an end to military aid against Israel? I think we've seen over and over again how this voting record goes down, and the BDS on Israel is absolutely going to be moving forward. I mean, when I was at the Free Palestine March, yeah, there were 3,000 people right outside City Hall, and who was there? Councilwoman Griswold, Councilmember Ramwali, and myself. We were the three who showed up for that, in support of the thousands of Palestinians who live in our community here. And so, I agree with some of the things those callers say and yell at us, and some of them I don't. But I'm not super deep into that community or that culture. I know that Eid started last night, and so it's a terrible thing to think that on these holy days that half the people in Gaza live in poverty and only 4% of them have clean water. It's disgusting. And so I share your sentiments, but you can see what's going to happen if a resolution comes forward, and I appreciate the fact that you continue to push for it, because it is the right thing to do. It is the right thing to do, to push for it. And your perseverance on this matter should be a lesson to us all for our own concerns. Thank you.
Councilmember Amlawi.
Thank you. So many things I want to say, but can't out of respect for others who aren't here tonight. And just to add to Councilmember Hayner's comments about the humanitarian crisis in Palestine, I have many different hats. This is just one. I, like Councilmember Hayner, don't feel that it would be very productive at this point to bring that resolution forward. I would experience extreme retaliation towards my business and everything else, my family. Unfortunately, there are boundaries of inclusion, double standards for human rights, and that does not stop at the city limits here. It's embedded in all the institutions that we are involved with. I will just say that today, what I could do and what I did was participate with the students who organized Eat for Palestine. 4 days, 4 different cities, a restaurant from every city donating 20% of their proceeds to Doctors Without Borders. And that's what I did today. I donated 20% of our sales to Doctors Without Borders for humanitarian aid in Palestine. So I'll continue to do what I can do in my sphere of influence to advocate and advance the human rights of people who can't speak for themselves.
Further communication from council. May I have a motion to adjourn, please? Moved by Councilmember Dish, second by Councilmember Song. Discussion. All in favor? Opposed? We're adjourned.
Good night.